Hello, everybody. You like the music? One of the actual skills that I have, and I'm so glad to be able to do it. What a life. I want to thank everybody for being here. You don't understand the memories that those sounds bring up for me. All right. Little props partying in the background. Forgive him. Forgive me. I'm not feeling well, y'all. I'm not feeling well at all. But hello to everyone. Guess I'm doing a sound check. I'm so out of sorts, I'm telling you. Apparently, I got hold of some really bad food, and it's been a hell of a couple days. And can't win all the time. Yeah, so I'm just all beat, and I tell you, it's been a rough few days. Don't ever eat bad food, it's terrible. Um, but I've been trying my best. I even went to the 86-year-old neighbor, the old lady next door, and I asked her what could I do, and she gave me some advice. So I'm trying to get better. But I did want to come for several reasons. One, that I promised Adrian I would, and second, I think that I needed to come on for all of you, and then thirdly, um, I think the timing is appropriate because there's some things we need to talk about. And anyhow, tonight's show is called "Show Me the Money," and it's funny because initially I planned that "Show Me the Money" was going to mean our look at a document we're going to look at tonight regarding court expenditures or budget, so to speak. Excuse me. But some other things have come up too, which I find the title "Show Me the Money" apropos. So we're going to speak about that too. Um, but there's a lot. There's a lot. So I'm going to get into that. Um, I see Silenced is here. I want to say hello to her and ask you all to pray for her significant other, who is also who's having some health difficulties. So I want you to please send some good thoughts and energy over to Silence and her family because there's lots needing it right now. I know Hebby. I don't know where Heather Brown is, if she's here or not. I know Heather Brown's needing some healing as well. So send some over. Oh, Heather's in here. Send some to Heather Brown. She's in the chat. What's up, Hebby? I'm glad you're here. And also to me, just hopefully I can get over this. It's been a couple days of absolute misery. Uh, anyway, send your prayers to everyone. And also, why don't you send your prayers to Kathy Allen and Baldwin, Rozzy, and Jennifer Auger, and families of Abby and Libby, and everyone all the way around. Okay. So let me go ahead and get into this. And first, I want to say hello to everyone. If you happen to be new here and a new viewer, uh, look, the way I do things is I basically say hello to the chat because my chat is my people. So don't complain on the replays. Just go ahead and scroll forward to where I stop saying hello to people. That's how you manage that, complainers. And if you're just lurkers, come on and join the crew. And if you're the old hags of Delphi, uh, fuck off. So pardon the language here. I'm trying to be nice tonight. Um, so who do we have here? We got Court of Public Opinion. Thank you for coming in, sir. Salute to you and cheers. I know you're trying to keep the peace. Public opinion is trying to keep the peace in this shit show of a community. Don McKenzie, hello to you. Your mom and them, hello to you. Heather Brown's in here. Hey, Diana, thank you for the $5 super chat or super sticker. I never know what to call these things. But thank you, Diana. Hope you're doing well too. What's up, Christy C? Kate Eleanor, Bonnie's here. Mino Dino, Abby Sellers. Uh, Five Green Acres, Dom S. Pert in it. What's up, Pert in it? Hey, look, Mino Dino's in here. Why are you saying hello to Barbies and not everyone else? You got a crush or something? What's up? It's a new day. It's a new day's in here. Listen, everybody. Somebody put a link to her channel right now. Please do. Y'all go subscribe to. It's a new day. Let's link her channel in the chat, and everyone can go click it and go subscribe to her channel immediately and come on back. I'm just going to be saying hello to people. No big deal. But go over there. She's got a nice channel. Go support her. Say hello to her. All right. What's up, Asha Harry? All right. What's up, Sweet Dude Shibby? Are you putting? What's up, Mark Ellis? Prof, keep doing a good job. That's $100 super chat. Thank you, Mark Ellis. Mark Ellis has been the sponsor of the channel, ladies and gentlemen, and the sponsor of burgers and ice cream for Little Prof. Thank you, Mark Ellis, very much. All right. Nancy Drew 101 is in here. What's up? Lisa's in here. All right. All right. Dirty Diana calls him Zaddy. I told Alex something about that the other day. It's funny you mentioned the term. All right. Good to see everyone. I've been missing on lives, having to catch the replays. Well, God bless. And thanks for being here, Abby Sellers. I'm telling you, if I got to pause the stream to go run out of the room, you understand what's going on. All right. Five Green Acres. What's up, Five Green Acres? Appreciate you. Digital. And hey, Adrian is here early. What's up, Adrian? All right, Dom S is here. What's up, Mr. Dom? All right, Goddess is here. Hebby says, I missed 300 people, but hello to you. All right. Oh, wow. We got Kate Eleanor? Is that who I saw? No, I can't find her. We may have Kate in here. Oh, there she is. Okay. Little Prof is singing and dancing and doing all kind of partying in the next room. All right. So, Pert in it. Digital. All right, Lisa. Guys, I'm so out of it. I'm having a hard time even reading doing roll call. I'm having a hard time with roll call. I'm not going to lie. But roll call's awesome. I love roll call. So I'll keep trucking, keep on trudging through. Tammy Martin. Sandra Rowley, welcome. All right. Mr. Dom S with a super chat. Prof, let's do this. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Sweet Dude Shibby says, hello, Tammy, Kate, Sandra, Barbie. Now. Oh man, just keep swimming. Just keep swimming. What do? We swim. All right. Woohoo. Christy C. Sorry it's boring if I'm trying to get through this roll call, guys. Just forward button on the replay. It'll do you good. Okay. What are we doing here too? Let's see. Almost forgot to hit the thumbs up. That's a friendly reminder for everyone. Go hit the thumbs up, which is called the like in some people's language. Okay. We got, it's a new day. Hey, dude. Prof keeps us waiting like a high maintenance woman getting ready for a date. Oh, Jesus. You guys are something. No, I'm doing like the Mean Girls in the live streams when they'll watch an hour and a half of the live stream and then they come in towards the end and make their like grand entrance, right? You know who I'm talking about. The Mean Girls are not all females by birth. What's up, Rebecca Ann? Hello, guys. Gonna be jousting. I have sinus pressure and I'm laying down with the horse rack over my face. So I can't type tonight because I can't see. Love y'all. What's up, Rebecca Ann? Okay. Chocolate in the green room? Yeah, I got chocolate in the next room, but I'm not messing with it. I'm not touching that. All right. No, it's like crackers, water, coffee. What's up, Lisa? Lena. Tracy Fleetwood's here. What's up, Tracy? All right. Deb, what's up, Deb? Deb came in. By the way, y'all, I heard from Rick today, Rick Snay. Um, y'all pray for Rick Snay, too. I heard from Rick today. Was very glad to hear from him. What's up, Kay? What's up, Kay? Kay's in here. All right, Plain Iron. What's up, Plain Iron? Oh, who else did I miss? Come on. I've kind of got this dizziness going on. Can't even focus. Jade. What's up, Jade? Fur Baby Daddy. What's up, Fur Baby Daddy? All right. Debbie Packer. Hello, Debbie. Welcome in. And welcome in Rhonda Holton. Welcome in Amy and Christina Dean. Hello. Okay. Chris and the other Christina. Oh, hey, Christina. Christina with the K, Christina with the C. We got Christinas and we got a couple Christines. Okay. Dieter's in the house. What's up, Dieter? What's up, artist? Hey. Indiana's here. What's up, Indiana? Thank you for the nice words. All right. Okay, so you guys, listen, if I haven't said hi to you yet, just join the chat and say hello, and I'll make sure to catch you. Okay, I don't want to miss anyone. Topher says, "Good to see everyone. I'm glad I got the notification." That's a pretty cool profile pic. What's up? What's up, Jenny? Okay, I'm gonna have to tell little Prof to hold it down in there. Just quiet that party down, kids. Okay. I'm getting there. Jamie Blair, welcome. Gene Jackson, welcome. Steph was here, welcome. Thank you for the nice words again. All right. So, who else we got in here? Are we getting there? We're getting down this list. Foam Sprite, what's up? Welcome in. Welcome in. What's up? No, I will not. What's up, Heavy Metal Rehab? Okay, I'm catching some more. Kathy Dyer, welcome. Digital. All right, boom. Charisma 6174. Also Stephanie. All right. Citrus or Cetiris. Cetiris. How do you even say that? You have to spell it out for me phonetically. I cannot interpret these letters. Okay, Barbara Borman, welcome to you. Okay, boom. I think we're getting there. Jay Rabbit, what's up, sir? Or ma'am? Don't know which you may be, but welcome. Okay. Ooh, bad oysters. Oh, that would be the worst. No, I've never had bad oysters, and thank God I'll never have them. I mean, that you want to talk about a nightmare in my mind is bad oysters. Um, all right, all right. What up? It's a new day. All right. Hell yeah. What's up, Adrian? Hell yeah. What's up, Silenced? You guys are awesome. We got the advice with the apple cider vinegar. I have that. I have it on deck. The Brags. I got the Brags on deck. What's up, Beth Ann, Bobby Sue? All right, y'all. Maria Alma, hello to you. All right. Prayers going out for the group chat. Yeah, how about that? Let's just do a broad prayer lifting. Okay. All right. Debbie Packer says, please pray for my son hit in the face with the rock, split his nose in half. Whoa. Wow. Sorry to hear that. All right. Big JD. What's up, 420? What's up, Big JD? Big JD don't email me no more. I'm jealous. Who are you emailing? Trial Junkie, hello to you. Prayers for everyone who needs them. Our hearts are with you. Mandy Gilliand, welcome to you. Yeah, send that vibe to all. Send that healing vibe to all. Nicole Watt, hello, hello, hello. All right. Indiana Nan, Goose's Gammy, hello to you. Goose's Gammy. All right. Emerald Wonderland, hello to you. You're back here. Welcome in, welcome in. Okay. Kali Yuga. Carol, hello to you. Welcome in. All right, boom. I think we got most people. Oh, I see Cat. There you go. I see Cat's in here. Kate U. Kate U says, welcome and hello to prayers for those who aren't themselves and aren't feeling well right now. Thank you, Kate U. All right. Thank you, support with Steffa. Welcome. Jesse Lynn, hello to you. Welcome in. Moonbeam 70s child. Okay, you went subscribe to New Day. You go subscribe to New Day. As I call her, New Day. All right. I think we're getting there. JR Nanabuma's here. What's up, JR Nanabuma? All right. Paula Fitzhenry, welcome to you. It's maybe your first time here, but welcome. Welcome. Good to see you. We're glad to have you in here. Everyone who's joining the chat for the first time, welcome. So glad to have you here. You'll find everyone that is nice in here and welcoming. I'm new and going to lurk. Followed the case mostly on Reddit. Didn't know how to set up YouTube. All right. Ninja Warrior Assassin, hello to you. Okay. Good to see everybody. Debbie Packer, too. Did I already say hi? I can't remember. I'm kind of blitzed right now. I'm glad to see everyone in here. All right. Tony R. What's up, Tony? Good to see you as well. You're welcome in here. Digital's welcome in here. What's up? All right. Kate Eleanor, one ice cream for baby. Tell you what, that little guy. I'll tell you something a little later. Just let me get through this. I'll tell you about his day today. Okay. Mama G knows best. Welcome. Yes, I've seen Truth Revealed. I did a review of his video not too long ago. He's a nice gentleman. I must say so myself. Gretchen Allen. All right. Who else we missing? Can I get through this? What's up, Deborah? Arthur Claremont. Okay. All right. Boy Mama's here. What's up, Boy Mama? All right. We got Melon in here. Hey, Melon, long time no see, or not that long. Good to see you back. So, I think we're good here. I think we're good. We pretty much got everybody. Steph was here. Hi, Prof. I'm off today, so don't have to be part of the replay. Awesome. You're in a live. Contribute to the chat. All right. CK, bring it tonight. Thanks for the channel link. Hey, what's up? I have a Apophis. Hello, Prof. And esteemed chatters. What's up, everybody? All right. Well, I said your name, Carol. What the hell? You didn't hear me the first time? All right, y'all. I think I'm getting here. Bananas, rice, applesauce, toast. Hey, Andre. Welcome, Andre. Andre is one of my very first subscribers, if not the first. Everyone, please salute Andre. All right. All right. So, anyone I missed, I hope I didn't. Look, like I said, if I missed you, leave a comment right now and I'll catch you. But I'm just fast forwarding through this. I don't think I missed too many. You guys are chatting it up. Well, someone said is a God thing. Is she in here? Oh, hello. Okay, found you. It's a God thing. All right. Big JD says, Dad. What's up, Big JD? Sunflower's here. What up, Sunflower? Not myself tonight. Hey, Prof and everybody, all the migos, amigas. Can't even talk. Okay, four pits in here. Four pits, be nice. All right, Dirty Diana. What's up, Diana? All right. Trying to keep it together. Well, let's see. We got through this yet? Dan Jones, greetings. 43 Goblins, greetings. Joy Smith, welcome to you. All right. Jesse Lynn, hello to you. Sheridan Tibbetts, I do notice you around in the comment section sometimes, but I'm glad you made it to a live. Welcome, welcome. All right, Maria Alma, Kate Yu, Jennifer Hoff. Hey, put you up there. All right, so I caught up with everyone. Oh, there you go. Marie Kelly and Dawn Steele. All right. Okay, guys, we made it through the greetings. So everyone's in here. So glad the crew made it. If you're lurking, go ahead and lurk. If you want to join the chat, go ahead and join the chat. Listen, it's going to be pretty low key tonight because I don't have the energy to yell into the mic. But we do have some things to cover. Um, now, hmm. So listen. We're going to make this my last word on this issue. Okay, since I wasn't able to do it the way that I thought I would. Tonight's going to be my last word. And it's going to be quite a lengthy last word, I must say. Because I don't like the way that things have been misrepresented. And you see, no matter what people think, I've been trying my best to be nice about things, to not hurt any feelings, and to respect certain individuals by respecting their privacy. Therefore, I've kind of been between a rock and a hard place. Can you all understand that? Imagine, if you will, that there are two sides and that you're trying to respect both sides and you're in the middle, which is what I truly am. And we're going to talk about that. And in this whole situation, you're trying to respect both sides. So you've been trying to call out this one side here where they've been not honest, you know. You get what I'm saying? Sort of like what would be the word I would use is there has been impropriety and dishonesty on this side. And I've been trying to address that impropriety and dishonesty. Let's do this. Let me do this. Impropriety means a failure to observe standards or show due honesty or modesty, improper language, behavior, or character. Okay. What does honesty mean? Uprightness of character or action. Okay? It's a facet of moral character that connotates positive and virtuous attributes such as integrity, truthfulness, and straightforwardness. Honesty and impropriety. A lack thereof. Okay, lack of honesty, dishonesty, and impropriety on one side. And on this side, I'm dealing with absolute privacy that I'm trying to respect. Now imagine yourself trying to address this dishonesty and impropriety while respecting absolute privacy. Imagine how you would you see, of course, this is what's going to happen is the derail. Okay, the derail, right? Sure, come in and derail a sick guy. That's nice. Sorry. But imagine the situation I found myself in. So, what does that mean? Well, it means that it's a rock and a hard place. I've tried my hardest to do things properly, diplomatically, in the least destructive way as possible. And of course, that's not acknowledged or respected. So I look at it like, okay. And I didn't get it. I didn't get it. It's like the doubling down and now the tripling down. Okay, the tripling down it. And so what I'm going to address tonight is the tripling down. That happened yesterday. Um, Michael Osbrook tripling down on some things that I guess it's time for me to actually just be blunt. Because you see, in this whole thing, let me ask you this. When did you see me attacking character? Have you seen me calling names, uh, demeaning, discrediting, taunting, threatening? No, you didn't. You haven't. Although that has been alleged. Listen, you go, I want you to go and you find me saying someone's names with outright lies or attacking someone's attacking someone hominem. You go find it. Okay? You won't. You'll find me trying to delicately balance the concerns of privacy versus dishonesty and impropriety. And it's been a struggle. So the way that I've tried to do that, for instance, I tried to share receipts. I tried to tell you the truth about certain situations. I tried to share our post for you, things with your own eyes and ears that you could observe to make decisions for yourselves. And I thought that that was a good way to handle uh, not violating privacy concerns on this side. And let's be honest, over here is Kathy Allen. But it's not good enough for some people because they just want to win the public game. So the way this is going to work tonight is I say, listen, you triple down and you want to make me and Adrian and Christine and Erica and 4 women the bad guys. Okay. Guess what? We're not the bad guys. We're not the bad guys. We're the people. It's kind of like it's the whole thing of shoot the messenger, right? We're the messengers. Why shoot the messenger if you don't like the message? It's not the way things have to be. Okay, it's not appropriate. And listen, there's somewhat of a game of telephone in all this. You know what I mean? There's somewhat of a game of telephone. So sometimes there are going to be miscommunications in that game of telephone. Uh, but you can't take things that are nebulous in the terms of a game of telephone or miscommunication and say look over here there these tiny little details someone got wrong this most minuscule detail was wrong. Okay, you can't do that. You can't say they got this little thing wrong, they got this thing a little wrong. while avoiding the elephant in the room, which is what you like to do. That's your MO, right? So tonight we're going to break that down. And unfortunately for you who have been acting in bad faith, to be honest, uh, tonight's the night that the people get to understand that you don't want to talk about the things that matter. You want to nitpick the little things. It's called distraction. It's also called Darvo. Since you guys like to throw that term around, we'll be talking about Darvo. So I'm going to tell the truth. Okay? Now, let me gather my thoughts here. I don't have a plan for tonight. I just have all that I want to share. So it's a little tough. It's a little tough here. All right. So I guess let's talk about one of the elephants in the room. There's all this discussion about this video release. Okay. Now I know why. Look, let's be honest here. This video release. You see, the way I break it down, I analyze things very soberly, simply, honestly. Somewhat of a common sense approach. You look at things and why are things the way they are? Why would this be? Why would that be? You know? So I thought, why is everyone acting so fucking bizarre over this video release going back now a month and a half? So let's talk about the why. Don't you find it odd that it's been a month and a half, and finally, these people who I identified in the first week are starting to come clean. They haven't come clean yet. Let's look, don't be fooled. Let's talk. Let's talk here. A month and a half later, and they're just starting to come clean. They let this fester this whole time, boil over. The whole time antagonizing Kathy Allen, by the way. If we really need to be honest. You want to talk about the screenshot that I showed, or the message that I showed that she was sobbing due to you guys? A month and a half later, you're finally starting to address the issue. Now, another thing, I find it very odd that you would try to go into all these technicalities and not really address the fact that, hey, isn't it odd that Andy Baldwin and Jennifer Auger are not acknowledging, they're not agreeing with you. Okay, so you all are saying you got a video from Andy Baldwin. And Andy Baldwin saying, no, you didn't? Why not discuss that for an hour and a half? Why didn't you discuss Andy Baldwin's not agreeing with that? But you want to talk about me and Adrian and Erica? Oh, man. Okay. See, this is a story we need to tell, and it's kind of difficult to tell. So let's start off. We're going to quickly go through a few things here. Okay. This is the release and unsealing of these documents. All right. Right here, we got $6,000 for Matthew Hoffman, $2,500 for paralegal intern services. Okay. $5,000 for William Tobin, ballistics 2-mark identification. $37,722 and $4,805.73. $6,209.44, all for Brad Rossi. Andrew Baldwin, $1,212 and $21,266.22. All right. Andy Baldwin for $16,875 and $2,644.86. 153.21 is approved. There's something that was disapproved. Then there are hotels in the amount of $2,640.34 that were disallowed. Attorney's fees and mileage for Andy Baldwin, $57,748.13. Okay. Total payment to $58,621.32. Depots by the bunch, $1,504.80. We got Alvey is awarded, or it was under advisement for $16,400. You know, this Brian Alvey, a researcher for the defense. Here we got Jody Williams, got a little bonus of $948.75 for a transcript. Polly Westcott got $3,025. Carroll County auditor was ordered to pay the retainer for $7,000 to Dr. Westcott. Suzanne Mahler, $2,689.33. Robert Scrimmin got fees, expenses, and mileage for $4,192.37. Gail M. Armstrong for $840.80 for transcription services. We got another Baldwin office payment, $49,843.35. We got Baldwin $2,092.24. We got Matthew Hoffman $6,000 for December through August of 2022 to 23. Right, you got $1,600 I'm sorry, $1,165 for Suzanne Mahler. Okay. We got William Libretto for 22,837 during this time period, and then Mahler got a 2725, and Scremen got $4,250.18. $900 for Polly Westcott. Um, Additional 450 per hour for Westcott to review medical records. Brian Alvey got an hourly rate of $40. Uh, Total payment to Dan Smith, the digital forensics expert, of $37.12.50. You got 2,550 to Dr. Eric Warren for 2 Markov analysis, but will not authorize additional expenditures for Dr. Warren at his hourly rate. Okay. The court has previously addressed invoices of Matthew Hoffman, okay, characterized as in-office assistant. Invoices were woefully inadequate and unsupported. Okay. Will not authorize additional expenditures of $15 per hour for Matthew Hoffman. Will not authorize for Max Baker. The court will not authorize expenditures for pathologists to be consulted at an hourly rate of $400 to $800, and will not authorize $550 per hour for a confession expert. Okay. We got 2443 for depots by the bunch. Okay. We got 3271.85 for an invoice to administrative expenses, but it doesn't say if this is Baldwin or not, but his name is there. Baldwin, Razi, I don't know. Disallowing for some other stuff. We got $20,000 and a disallowment of $800 for travel from Memphis to Logansport. Okay. Again, we got an invoice for $19,951 for Razi, looks like. Another one for $634.20 and disallowed some media conferences. A refusal of another invoice for Brian Alvey, I think, and then we got an authorized payment to Andy Baldwin for $13,544 in mileage and 200. That's attorney fees and $238.26. Sorry, my eyes and my whole body's failing me tonight. Okay, we got another one for $447, and I don't know. There's another authorization for $180 and an undated notice to the court claims expenses in the amount of $29,892, which are not determined or referenced, therefore not allowed. Then we have $2,800 and $3,000 and $1,400. And we got Libretto gets another $10,000.50. We got $2286.70 to Depots by the Bunch, another one. We got Jody Williams with another $81 for making a copy. Then there's all of these particular expenses here. The court will authorize expenditure of $5,000 for blood spatter, $5,000 for odonism, and $6,000 for DNA. Okay. Counsel represented they submitted a CV of Dr. Reich, but failed to do so. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. But as you can see, that's about, $16,000 there. There's some more, about an hourly rate of $300. But I don't know how many hours that person put in. And then you go down here to the $5,000 for a confession expert. Okay. And of course, we got $1,417 for witness testimony for for witness mileage expense. Okay. Then you got $20,000 and 576 to Brad Rousey for some fees, attorney fees. There's granted in part this stuff for tech experts, etc. You got $10,000 to consult with an expert on geofencing. Okay. Then you have Matt Hoffman at a rate of $15 per hour, and taking under advisement Max Baker. You got $1,465 for depots by the bunch. This might have been that previous one in the amount of $989 for a transcript. I didn't even compare the dates. Who knows? It could be a separate transcript. We got $19,900, $20,000 for Mr. Baldwin plus $789, and then the firm got $577 with a disallowance for $170 for a hotel. Okay. Now you have Jennifer Auger, who was awarded, that doesn't say here, for matters related to the process and future depositions at FBI. I guess it's going to be delayed until, but this invoice is $79.12. So we'll talk about it. $730 for depots by the bunch again. Polly Westcott for $8,350. $4,000 to Baldwin for a reimbursement for Paulette Sutton blood spatter. $5,000 for the Odinism expert, Dr. Perlmutter. Brian Alvey here with the $26,000. Okay. We got Eric Warren with the amount of $3,000. We also got $5,500 expenditure for Dr. Grazian. Okay. But counsel has submitted an invoice or a bill for $7,230. The court authorizes the $7,230. Okay. Depots by the bunch again with $1,752, $2,506, $1,798, $496, and $3,406. Jody Williams again, $184 for a transcript. We got $30, which is peanuts, all right? But then an attorney fee of $10,700. Also Brian Alvey again with the $6,780. We got $1,200 back to depots by the bunch again. Looks like we got $35,387 over to Baldwin, and an additional expense of $1,996, okay, in administrative expenses. And then we have another $5,000 for digital expert or digital forensics expert. All right, I know this is somewhat time consuming, but bear with me. $16,000 for Jennifer Auger, okay? That's that invoice, by the way. It should be $79.12. All right, we got $1,714 in administrative expenses, $138. Also another $25,400. Okay, we got $14,279 for Jennifer Auger. Okay, we got $518 to Board Technical Services. Depots by the bunch, $1,594. Excuse me. Brian Alvey, another $1,900. $4,600 for Symbol Intelligence Group, LLC. We got $1,738 and $2,293 to depots by the bunch. Jennifer Auger again. We got $5,940 and the totaling $31,029. Okay. Again, a Baldwin and Rozzi, or Baldwin Rozzi Hills, or this is Hills. I cannot read. It's so little for my sick eyes tonight. We got Razi with the $10,676. Okay. Another Razi with the $220. A Baldwin with the $6,678. A Perlmutter with the $8,925. A Brian Albee with the $1,465. Okay. We got $2,708 to the Jody Williams for another transcript or two or three. Okay. We got Baldwin tried to retain Hennessy. The court did not appoint Hennessy. Okay. Then we got Deppos by the bunch for $380 and Andy Baldwin for $55,338. We got the $6,587 to Jennifer Auger. We got Brian Albee with another $3,160, and we got another Razi with $1,001.50. We got another Razi with $12,034. Andy Baldwin with the $12,400 for Stacey Eldridge. Okay. Additional funds for Neil Broom, taken under advisement for $5,000. DNA expert didn't submit documentation, and $825 here and there. We got $149 back to Jody Williams, another $1,361 to Deppos by the bunch, and then $784, $452, $2,153, and another $1,758.62. We got $6,489 to Jennifer Auger. We got Baldwin, Perry, and Wiley with the $13,131. Okay, then another $2,161. Then we got $8,101.01 to Eric Warren. Okay, we got Razi with the housing expenses of $3,300 final payment. Another 644. I'm sorry, 6,000, or is that 600? That's 6,440. Jeez, to Brian Albee. Polly Westcott again with the 7,875. Okay, Board Technical Services with the $5,684, and Baldwin with the $42,858. Okay, and $17,714 for Dr. Stuart Grazian. We got $61,100 back to Brad Rossi. And then we got $3,866 for Rossi, and then another $4,605, another $2,659, and we got $27,890 for Jennifer Auger, plus $16,300. And then we got $16,683.92 back to Baldwin, and then $1,475 to Rossi, and Gail Armstrong, $129 plus $372. Then there's $216. Does not authorize payment for these particular services. And then we got Stacey Eldridge with the reimbursement that, that was for the initial expenditure. So what's your point, Prof? It's a lot of money, isn't it? It's a lot of money. I would say it's a money train. It's a pipeline. It's a honeypot. This old justice system, isn't it? No. Does that mean they didn't earn it? No. Because, hey, if you can find someone to pay you for the work that you do, you've earned it. Right? I mean, look, let's be honest here. Judge Gold would not have paid a penny to anyone. You know her. She's not gonna give anybody anything. Now, that's just for the defense, okay? Let me ask you this, world. since you like to criticize innocent people on the internet giving information to the people, let's talk about this. How much would have it costed to turn those cameras on that were already in the courtroom? Can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up. It's the money train, okay? So I said, show me the money. But that's okay. The point here is not to shame anybody for earning money in being a defense attorney or contractor. But it's about transparency, isn't truth. It's a piece of this pie that no one wants to talk about. I mean, if someone was willing to pay you $300, $400 an hour, I think you'd take the job too, right? Let's be honest. How many of you have gotten those $4,000 checks from, any one of those $4,000 amounts that I read off that list? How many of you would have been glad to have that at a tough time of the year? All right, so my point being, it's not nothing, and it's the truth of the matter. Okay? Now, I think we're going to get into it now. We're an hour in. I think I'm doing good with my timeline. Okay, my timeline's going pretty well. So, hey, bitter pill. The red pill is always the hardest one to take. You remember the Matrix, right? That's why the guys say, "Are you red pilled?" All right. So we're going to talk about some other things. Like I said, this is going to be my final word on the topic. Since we're on since we're tripling down, I'm going to double down. So I'm going to read some recent quotes for you. And I'm going to go back in time as well. Okay, I'm going to go back in time. So we're going to start with some most recent quotes, and then we're going to go back in time, and we're going to compare some things and take a look at some actual factuals. Remember, I'm not making these words up. These words here, I prefer to let people speak for themselves. So let's look at some things. So I pulled some excerpts here that I'd like to provide some commentary. After all, I'd like to make something clear because some people tend to get the truth twisted, right? What am I? What am I? What am I sitting here? What am I a lawyer? No. Am I a journalist? What am I? I'll tell you. I'm a musician. I'm a father. And in this role that I'm sitting here, I'm a commentator. What is a commentator? Oh, let's read a definition, Prof. One who provides commentary, such as one who reports and discusses news. What do you guys think about that? Does that sound about right? What do I do here? I'm a commentator. It's what I feel my role is. I have no skin in the game. I'm sitting here in Colorado in the beautiful mountains. And when I feel like coming to do a show on this platform, I sit here and I give you my commentary on things that I am seeing out in the world. And this particular channel has focused on Delphi because it's something I care about. That's all I do. So it's what I'm going to do with this. You know, I'm taking facts and commenting on them. So I'd like to address some statements, and these are some that I'd like to address. So Mr. Osbrook says, I think the two things I'd like to clean up once and for all on actual knowledge instead of hearsay running around is the provenance of the BG video and this whole contract kerfuffle. And the BG video, whatever anybody says, is straight out of the phone extraction I was given. Andy Baldwin said it was okay to release it. So Angela got it, period. I'm going to go one paragraph at a time, so please bear with me. Andy Baldwin said it was okay to release it. Well, that's funny because he does deny and condemn it, right? Andy Baldwin said it was okay to release it, so Angela got it. Period. Oh, just like I said. So when I said Angela, was I attacking a woman for just existing on the internet, or was I telling the truth? All right. Next, there's a question. It says, Crazy Girl says, couldn't we have said this a long time ago, though? Referring to a month and a half ago. Answer. No, because some people weren't willing to be honest about what they had said. Who's some people? Why must we speak in this way? Why must we speak in circuitous fashion? Who are some people? So in other words, Mr. Osbrook claims he received the video and gave it to Angela, period. But we couldn't have said it a month and a half ago because some people weren't willing to be honest? What does that mean? Like, you guys have to put aside your affinities for these people for other reasons. And I'm thinking strictly situational here. How are you putting this on other people when it's you and Angela, right? It's you. It's Baldwin said it was okay to release it. I got it. So Angela got it. But then when you're asked, why couldn't we have said this a month and a half ago? You say, because some people. All right, continuing. Remember, lawyers talk lawyerly, right? They know how to snake around issues. Let's move on. Okay, just beginning. So we came up with a bunch of stuff, and actually on a particular day, I called up one of the people who matter. He means Kathy Allen. I'm not going to name names. Kathy Allen. But there are people who matter, Kathy Allen, and people who don't. And the so-called forward insiders are people who don't matter. Oh, you mean Kathy's 4 closest friends in her circle? Michael, if Kathy was watching this and you just called her 4 close associates people who don't matter, what do you think her reaction to that might be? We'll talk about people who don't matter and do later. Don't worry, we'll get back to that. Now let's move on. Remember, I'm taking a paragraph at a time. Now we're going to get into motivation here. This is what this is attempting to address. So let's just read it first. So that people would be comfortable with us having access to the discovery, we suggested becoming post-conviction counsel, at which point I was asked to write up an agreement and send it to people who mattered. Kathy Allen's attorney. Okay, Mr. Cloutier. So I spent hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours writing an extremely bespoke retainer agreement, trying to cover any and all bases and send it off with an invitation to change whatever. Then 2 days later, oh, and by the way, I sent it off. So there's been the allegation that because Karen and I signed it, it was a take it or leave it deal. No, there hasn't. No, there hasn't. See, that's what I don't get there. All of these twisting of minute details. No one, at least from my camp, alleged that it's a take it or leave it deal because of the signatures. What I said is there are signatures which indicate it was not a draft. It was an agreement with signatures and dates that only required Mrs. Allen's signatures and dates in order to be finalized. Moving on. What people didn't include in their accounts is that, yes, I sent the signed PDF version off, but I also sent the Word version off saying they can change whatever you like. Okay. Hadn't heard anything in 2 days, so I just sent off a text to a person who matters saying, follow up on the agreement. If there are any problems, let us know. Kara and I are willing to help pretty much any way that's useful. Never really heard anything. Well, that's funny because I'm told differently. But we'll come back to that. We'll circle back to the never really hearing a no, because I want to talk about that. But let's continue. Here's another one. I showed the agreement to several lawyers when we had not heard back. You see any problems with this? No. They thought this was all great and that's fine. People don't have to agree. I'm not saying, but the contract was never the point. Okay. So here's the thing on this. Okay, I get this. So let's say I have 10 lawyers in the room and I show 2 contracts, one at a time. I say, hey, all 10 lawyers, I'm going to hand you this contract. Everyone agree or disagree with it. And let's say half those lawyers say, yeah, it's good to go. And the other half say, oh, no, I wouldn't go with that. All right. And then there's another contract. And then half the lawyers say, yeah, I'll go with that. And then half the lawyers say, no, I wouldn't go with that. Which group of lawyers? I mean, it's like, do you like vanilla ice cream or do you like chocolate? What's your favorite? All right, so here's my take on that. The bottom line, as far as I understand, Mrs. Allen's attorneys, or I should say it more accurately, as far as I am aware, to the best of my understanding, the attorneys who Mrs. Allen asked for advice suggested that she go with her feelings and not sign the contract. Is that simple enough? No matter what any other attorneys might think. And I believe that I said that at the very beginning, the very moment that I released that contract. I think what I said is it was recommended that she seek consultation with independent counsel, and she did. And the general agreement was no go. It's a no-go. So this is what I'm trying to understand. How does this contract being a no-go suddenly turn into all that it turned into? But we'll be looking at more of that. Okay. But the contract was never really the point. As I said, when going back to the original phone call, it was about getting in a way that made people comfortable. I didn't want all terabytes of all the stuff. I mean, there's a whole list of specific things. Yes, sort of following up on, and to what's been covered and what's not been covered. Okay, let's go back to that. What does this mean? It means you wanted some discovery. You've made that very clear. And I had been making that clear behind the scenes, honestly. Let's be frank here. When I discuss with the people who matter, the whole thing has been that this whole objective has been to get discovery in the hands. Okay? So at least we all agree on that point. There's not a contentious point. All right. There's more. Okay, so let's continue because I'm not trying to belabor the point. This will be my final word on it. I just want everyone to understand the context here. And frankly, so before a Zoom meeting on Friday with people who matter, you mean a few attorneys? And by the way, the Zoom meeting, the existence of this Zoom meeting has been leaked also to people. Okay, yeah, Kathy told people. And absolutely false information about the upshot of that meeting has been, right? And I was at the Zoom meeting with Miss Auger and company, yes. And so, you all over on your two sites, you can tell me you've been told by my overlords or something, but I'm telling you whatever you've been told, at least you've been spouting is not true. So look, everything I said that has been said on these two sites is simply false. So stop there. Let's talk. There's a Zoom meeting over your social media presence and everyone in general, is my understanding, and over this disagreement about who leaked the video. Was it Osbrook? Was it Luke? Was it Baldwin? Was it Auger? Was it Angela? Was it this one? Was it that one? But I find it odd that the fury goes to small potatoes who don't matter, like me and Adrian, and also an innocent person on Reddit. But we'll be talking about that. So the question is asked, when you say these two sites, you mean X and Reddit? No, I mean Adrian and Prof. Okay, there's a lot that's there, a lot in Reddit that's untrue too. In fact, one of the people who claim, so look, there are these four people who trade in what they claim is inside information in exchange for credibility. The problem is their inside information isn't inside information. If they have the correct inside information, they're just not telling the truth. If they're passing along what information they have, they're not being given the truth. Let's talk about this. These four are Kathy's friends, her inner circle. These are the people you're saying don't matter, who I I would guess that maybe Kathy would disagree with. And their inside information means, yes, they're getting it directly from Mrs. Allen. What's the fucking problem here? This is disingenuous. And so far, I think everything I've said is from personal knowledge. I don't have to be someone else's insider. Well, look, I'll continue. Look, there was nothing forced or coercive, nothing. And we didn't keep pushing ourselves. We to this day, we don't have an answer really. I mean, I just want to make one thing clear from my perspective. I think Kathy has every right to not sign a contract, which is why she did not. Contract was never the point. That's why I don't get the big fight over it all. Okay, but we'll get into the community later. I'm gonna continue. My stomach's starting to feel a little bad here. And the other thing I want to say is, and I've sort of said this on Reddit in a couple places, the idea that Kara and I were ever going to permanently be, we're two solo practitioners is to keep this things going while some bigger entity, I mean, like there are big law firms that have pro bono sections. I mean, they do a lot of pro bono work and It doesn't matter what is being said here. So I was never going to be someone who presented anything in court. Question. So, I mean, Crime Junkie just asked, who told you to write it? People who matter. Okay, I'll spill the beans. Kathy Allen personally asked me to do it and to send it to her lawyer. And everyone in the chat went nuts, like, whoa. Look, what was the big gotcha moment? What's the big reveal there? You want to know the story? Kathy was so blitzed by the onslaught of words I believe the idea was, look, man, I don't know. Write all that shit down and let my lawyer look at it and we'll talk later. Does that make more sense to people? Okay, does that make more sense? This is not Kathy saying, oh, please, Michael Lofsberg and Kara Weineke, please write a contract. Please, I need a post-conviction investigation by post-conviction counsel going, will you please write a contract for me, please, for free? Can we just tell the truth? All right. This is not a, whoa. We thought it was a way for it to be acceptable to other people that matter, for us to get our hands on discovery, or at least some of it. I mean, I didn't want all of it. We'll talk about that later too, because we're back to that. Okay. Now, question, could it be people you tried bringing in and a video being leaked that caused the problem? Well, whoever this was that asked this question, I forgot who it was in the chat, but whoever asked this question actually hits at the heart of the matter. Could it be people you tried bringing in and a video being leaked that you claim responsibility for caused the problem? Could it be the people you tried bringing in and a video being leaked that caused it? There was no leak. There was no leak. I wish people would stop talking about this. There was no leak. And Andy Baldwin authorized its release. There was no leak. Look, it's a trial exhibit. It's a copy of a trial exhibit. It is a public record. It does not matter whether it has a sticker on the court from it or not. Let me make it extremely understandable to all of you. Okay? It's about your social media presence. Okay? Okay? A huge factor was all of your social media presence. You and your harem. You and the mean girls. It's the Twitter. It's the YouTube live streams and the Reddit. It's not just Kathy who thinks it. The appellate attorneys think it too. Do you understand now? Do I have to hurt your feelings? Normally, whoever introduces a piece of evidence, when they're introducing it, hands a copy to the opposing party's lawyer. Yeah, this is digital evidence. That video was introduced into evidence. It's a public record. It's a copy of a public record. There was no leak. And I will say that this is something else. You know, people, I've been on the lawyers since December. They improperly filed, in my view, the exhibits on the Franks memo confidentially. I mean, I think it was okay, contrary to the rule. And I've been on them. And I look, they get to make you still sit there. All I have is ideas. People are willing to take them or leave them, right? I've been doing this work for 25 years. I think I've had some pretty good ideas. If people disagree, that's fine. But people wanted the interrogation videos, Rick, out ASAP and hearsay objection coming. And I don't know. My understanding is that the lawyers did not have a copy of the redacted version. The video, public record, blah, 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 blah. And it's not a leak. Well, if it's not a leak, let's ask this. If it's not a leak, why are Baldwin and Auger denying it? And why are you blackmailing them to keep them silent? The contract leak came from people who matter. Kathy Allen. I don't know who it came from. Kathy Allen. It went from people who matter. Kathy Allen. To people who don't matter. Oh, her circle of friends? Her inner circle? People who don't matter? And the people who don't matter then decided to give it to their pals on YouTube. No, they decided to give it to the YouTuber who Kathy trusts. You know, she's not the only person who matters here. Oh, really? I mean, she has a lawyer. Yeah, I would say he matters too, Mr. Cloutier. There are other lawyers involved. Yes, Stacey Uliani and Mark Lehman. Mm-hmm. And also, let's be honest, Andy Baldwin and Jennifer Auger. Okay, and I don't need to. I don't want to file a civil rights complaint. What about that contract? All I do, it was just, if you want one, I can do it. I wasn't pushing it. I wasn't pushing myself. Somebody's talking about it's worth millions and millions of dollars over here slamming me because that's why I want to get into it. Well, yeah, it's all a money train, dude. Let's be honest here. But I'm not saying that's your motivation. I'm just saying we have to acknowledge there are millions at stake. Okay, well, yeah, it may be worth a lot of money. Yeah, millions. I would estimate 50, 60 million, maybe 30, 40. But that's still multiples of millions, right? Which means 30% of that is 10 million minimum. It's not me doing it and getting a lot of money. It's going to be like somebody else, or I could get someone else to agree to take it. Okay. So what I want to do is I want to supplement that. Sorry, my stomach's hurting. My stomach is hurting. I'm trying to get through this. All right, look. I want to highlight some things for you that I also found, and I believe that others who matter, people who matter, would also find inappropriate. just as an example, I want you to notice something here. Look, this is going to a person who matters. You should really just leave the discussion. Leave. You don't matter. It's not really a fight you want to have. You will be exposed for meddling, the meddling idiot you are to Kathy's friend. You are a menace. If that is true, you will go away. I want to talk about this. Look, somebody time out Moon Turtle for 30 minutes, because Moon Turtle's not going to come in here and gaslight my channel right now. See, what you're doing right there is part of the problem, Moon Turtle. All right, look at this. Wrong, R-O-N-G. I need to take a pause before I exhibit more of the completely inappropriate behavior for a well-respected attorney that is vying to represent anybody in a highly public case. Let's talk about this. Let's talk about this. Wrong. R-O-N-G. Let me ask you in the chat, where does that come from? Wrong. R-O-N-G. Because I've been wanting to address this about a month, and I haven't. Oh, trust me, I'm going to address it now. What does wrong come from? R-O-N-G. I'll wait. Some of you got to know where that comes from, right? Where does it come from? Uh-huh. Exactly. Why does it come from Elvis Fields? Oh, let's see. Elvis Fields is a mentally handicapped man. Is that not right? Am I right or wrong? Elvis Fields is mentally handicapped. So since when is a bunch of woke individuals on the internet, when is it okay and how is it okay that these individuals decide that wrong, R-O-N-G, is a fucking funny thing and it needs to become a catchphrase and something that we're all typing on Twitter every day 5 times and on Reddit? Okay, so what are we going to do next? Weight shame? Are we gonna weight shame Derek German now? Are we gonna? I mean, you're shaming the mental. You're making fun and making a catchphrase and having enjoyment out of a mental handicap because he misspelled wrong. I think there's a lot more to talk about Elvis Fields than to mock his mental handicap or deficiency. I mean, for real. For real. You guys really need to take a look in the mirror. And like I said, Mr. Osbrook has taken up this habit. All right. Now he says that Rick Allen doesn't care who's running the website or who owns his website domain. He just wants to get out. And people who keep asking these questions again and again are causing harm. Really? How is this? How are we causing harm? All right. Another thing. Other than the two involved with the contract, it's all new accounts or dormant accounts or people asking for Coat to prove something they can't prove themselves. I already saw literal doxing. You know why this is called trolls? This means trolls came into the thread. That's why they're all new accounts or all dormant accounts, because they're all troll accounts. So you have Osbrook here and Coat. Why is Osbrook intimidating one of Kathy's friends on Reddit with partial doxing? When is it okay? When is it okay to dox someone's, to intimidate them? What is an accomplished attorney doing on Reddit using doxing as an intimidation tactic with a crew of trolls who've come in? Also interesting wording regarding the release of the video. We got signal from Andrew Baldwin's office that he was ready, that he wanted to actually do this. It doesn't sound like direct communication, does it? Again, in the argument here, Osbrook says, "Go away," for about the third time. Again, once again, go away. And the second location, who is a very smart person, I'm really admiring the second location, whoever this might be, says threatening Coat, who is Kathy Allen's close to the Allens. Let's be honest here. Coat Additional is very close to the Allens. Threatening Coat is not a good look on Reddit, Osbrook. And then second location also comments upon a statement by the person behind the website. This guy wants whistleblowers to trust him. Okay. All right, so I looked at this. I want you to notice one thing here, and this is very important, and I want to thank the person who brought this to my attention. Look at here, rickallenjustice.com, okay? Registered on October 30th, 2024. That's invented on, okay? Updated on March 15th. No, it's April 15th. Now, here's some more contentious information that I've already shown to you, but I want to reiterate here. The defense actually made it 100 times worse. They gave gas to bad actors to talk shit and start hype. Jennifer Auger drafted a press release condemning us for the release of the video. It was only a miracle that we got her to not release it. So the defense asks us to release it. Then Jennifer Auger tries to effing hang us from our nuts. They were going to release it, but threw us under the bus after wrapping an anvil around our necks. again, on the let's review this as well in regards to the defense team. By that I mean Andrew Baldwin, Jennifer Auger. It's the most disingenuous bullshit, and for trial counsel to not be bending over backwards to go to bat for them. Now, I said this earlier, I'll say it again. I'm not here to cast judgment unfairly, but when I see some shit that really disturbs me, I'm going to say the lack of integrity that I've seen from people who I held in very high esteem has been baffling. The frustrating thing is that had the defense just agreed, just followed through on what they promised, which was transparency from the beginning, a neutral platform to put out the exhibits and to put out evidence and follow through with that plan, instead of burying their heads in the sand and getting cold feet and pussying out at the last minute, letting all the bullshit and all the heat fall on people that didn't even have the authority to do that anyway, you know? And had they just stood firm in their conviction for once, like they did back when they filed the Franks memo, I don't know what happened to those men that we respected. Sluty says, if I had access to all that shit, I'd have put all the shit on the website the day I uploaded it. Like no one would have knew about the website until all the shit was up there. Like I would have released literally everything. So it's when you make a plan, if you're going to like pussy out of the plan, do it before it starts going into motion. Because let's say you had good intentions. Well, now you look like you maybe had not so good intentions, like you were putting out a particular narrative or whatever. And I'm here to tell you that I know Angela harped on a lot, was like, look, you look maybe not how you wanted to look by doing this. You should have done nothing at all. Angela, a literal list. All right. Like planned out release. What they had planned out, a release, like an itemized list of things that were going to be released. And Sluty says, Jennifer Auger, I guess, confronted Andy Baldwin in particular about the video. And instead of him saying, yes, that was the plan, I was going to do A, B, and C, like a grown man and a professional and someone who's not doing anything wrong, instead of saying, yes, that was the plan, I checked with other attorneys to make sure it wasn't violating any kind of protective order or whatever, and that these are public records. Instead of saying that, he threw everybody under the bus like he had no fucking clue where this video came from. Oh, I don't know where the video came from. I have no idea. To the point where Jennifer Auger was going to put out a press release about how they didn't put it out. They don't condone it. They don't condone any additional exhibits getting out, and that they won't be releasing, throwing all of us under the bus, and that moving forward, nothing will be released on their end. And so somebody who knows, who was that? Was like, motherfucker, you better not, because like I will out you, because that would be absolutely borderline, if not borderline, like crossing the line into unethical behavior. If you tell her that you had no idea that was being posted, you are lying. That's what we call blackmail, ladies and gentlemen. In other words, they have something that was not looking so good for Baldwin, is what I would assume. And the way that they stopped this press release from happening or coming out, denying the fact that this video was released through Baldwin, is they hung this over their head and said, you know what, motherfucker, you better not, because I will out you. And thankfully, nothing came out. See, thankfully, the defense, Andy Baldwin, Jennifer Auger, have not denied that they released the video. That's curious. But it seems as though people just stopped giving a fuck. Like the video was not enough. I'm glad it's out, but I was calling him a pussy. So this is how we're feeling about the defense team. Okay, so let's wrap our heads around this. So the way we're feeling about Kathy Allen's closest friends, people who don't matter. The way we're feeling about the defense team, pussies, motherfuckers. Got it? Are you starting to understand yet? Well, how about the way we feel about Rick? So my concern is when we start talking about baptisms and we go back to when his psychosis started, his religious out of nowhere things we were doing, which I still think is one of the big things for me with that, is this all this time he was like reading the Bible. He's always reading the Bible. He's reading the Bible. But anytime he mentions the Bible, he's only mentioning one verse. Now, you're obviously not talking to him. It's the same verse every time he brings it up. No, it's not. That was in, what is it, June of 23, maybe? Every time he asks someone to read it to him, every time he starts, spouting it out, because it's just the Bible. You just spout the Bible. It's bullshit. It's always the same verse. No, that was 2 years ago. It's not like he's reading it, studying it. Yes, he is. And sharing it. Yes, he is. Let's just say his brain's still not right. He's still in that religious whatever. And if we're blocking him off from talking to other people and people that do have access to talk to him are feeding that, right? He's going to be a little bit more difficult. It's going to be difficult, like that it would progress his, I don't want to call it mental illness, religiosity. But it's not helping him go back the other way. It's pushing him further and further. It's difficult to articulate, yeah, because it's bullshit what you're saying. They're feeding his delusions, basically, is what they're doing, right? Because religion is delusion. Yeah, let's just say he's about to be baptized. Like, it almost seems like brainwashing. It's so bizarre. Like, you can believe whatever you want to believe. I was baptized when I was a baby and blah, blah, blah. But it's like if someone's having hallucinations and they're scared of these hallucinations, they're going to keep being like, yeah, you see that huge 10-headed monster over there? We're going to fall in lava. You're not going to like encourage those things that are not right. You're gonna try to, yeah, it does seem like brainwashing, it seems. You're gonna ground them in reality. You're gonna challenge that. Like, no one is not saying Rick is not allowed to find God or comfort in religion while he's in prison, or that he's not allowed to have his Bible. That's a very different thing from a religious delusion or like a hyper religiosity. And the fact that Rick went from being basically atheist, right? He went into the DOC without a religion, and all of a sudden, while in Harshman are like, oh, on the March 21st, he gave his life to Jesus. It's like, okay, well, he was like, not like he was like going out experiencing church or experiencing, whatever. Like him talking about baptisms make me think or make me fear like suicidality. Like that sounds to me like giving up. Well, like Keith just said, baptism is symbolic and represents a cleansing and forgiving of sins before passing into death. Means he's planning to depart. He's going to die. You talk about whenever Rick gets hyper religious and when he's incarcerated, what is he also talking about? He's talking about wanting to die. He's talking about wanting to die, see his family again in afterlife. Maybe they should have been talking to Rick to understand he's not suicidal and he's genuinely religious. Or maybe he's genuinely contemplative right now because he's thinking about how his life and his case can be used for prison reform in Indiana. Do you think that sounds like an insane person who's suffering religious delusions? And anyhow, I want to finish by coming on to Kathy Allen because, listen, I told you there's this very difficult balance I've been trying to strike between impropriety and dishonesty versus privacy. I don't believe that it's appropriate for a wife, Kathy Allen, to make all the decisions for her husband, Rick Allen. Kathy's not a lawyer. I don't think that she's making decisions in Rick's best interest anymore. I don't think it's fair to Kathy, honestly, to put her in a position to hold her in a position where she has to make the best decisions for her husband. I don't think that she's capable of making every decision for her husband. Well, I think it's unfair for anyone to put the responsibility on Kathy to be making informed, competent decisions for her husband right now, because Kathy has been traumatized and victimized by the state too. No, by you. Kathy's not a lawyer. She's got her own, trauma from this. Somebody needs to basically be protecting Kathy from vultures who don't have her best interest in mind. You mean her inner circle? It's not fair to ask her or expect her to be making legal decisions for her convicted husband, period. Pardon. Sorry, I'm not feeling well. I'm trying to get through it. All right. Now we're done with that. Done with that. Sorry, a minute. Just a moment, please. Sorry, guys. I thought that was an emergency phone call, but it wasn't. All right. Listen. That really threw me off too. Jesus, I hate when people do that. When I get calls during the stream and I think it's an emergency. Anyway, that's my presentation as far as what I had to show you today. Let's be honest here. I think that all spoke for itself. I need to be absolutely clear right now. The bottom line, guys, Kathy doesn't like you. Now, will we stop? Will we stop attacking the messenger and just take the bitter pill and move on? And listen, I'm not trying to be in anyone's corner here. In other words, I don't need to be cozied up next to Kathy Allen or any of her friends. I just find them to be nice people. And I don't need to be cozied up to you all because I find you disingenuous, inappropriate, judgmental, dismissive, patronizing, And like I said, this is my final word on it, at least on this. Why would you have taken a month and a half to address something as simple as, why'd you put that video on the website? Where'd it come from? If there's nothing to worry about. Why would Andy Baldwin and Jennifer Auger be absolutely, completely denying it? And you have to threaten them with some other shit to hold over their heads in order for them not to release a press release denying and all of this. And like I said, are we going to forget about the intense campaign that you guys engaged upon? Because let's be honest here. Let's be real. Let's be real. When I came out and I said that video is questionable, you guys need to step forward and explain and take credit and explain the provenance and put some credibility behind that video. What did you do instead? You decided it was going to do Darvo. You know, it's oh, he's attacking us. Oh, he's pointing fingers. And then all of the friends started a intense smear campaign, discrediting, attacking, posting, relentlessly posting my name with the, what? Have we not seen that? Let me see if do I even have those slides? I probably do. I don't know. Do I? Disappointing to see someone who claims to be simply trying to get to the bottom of the truth discredit himself with repeated untruths. I say it's disappointing to see someone who should be a respected individual stoop to the level of trolling, trying to discredit someone getting to the bottom of the truth. And again, sorry, I draw the line at the prof trolling with lies. It'd be nice if people like the prof would stop gratuitously insulting and haranguing people who are doing actual work. Sorry, I draw the line at the prof trolling. I showed that. Okay. It would be nice if people like the prof would stop this and that. Do you understand what I mean? Why are you doing all of that? And then for a month and a half, you pulled that card, you played that card, and had everyone in an uproar in this community. And everyone thinking Prof's losing his fucking mind because he's talking about these people and blaming them for doing that stuff. And then I understand that Mrs. Allen is all upset about things that are going on the internet. When I say I posted this contract, okay, after the pressure campaign started, this pressure campaign lasted weeks. You say that there was no pressure campaign? Listen, Michael Losbrook, I'm not saying you were calling her saying, you got to sign the contract, you got to sign the contract, you got to sign the contract. That's not what I'm talking about. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm saying all of you on that side, you were relentlessly inflaming tensions and applying this pressure in your rhetoric so that that pressure would increase in the community and go back to Mrs. Allen. And it happened. Trust me. You don't think she was feeling it? And you were conflating things. You had people all upset. You were conflating post-conviction investigation with Davis-Hatton procedure, with a civil claim, with a tort claim, with a federal civil rights claim. You see all of this? And you had people all stirred up. And then you were directing all of that energy to Prof and Erica. Remember? I mean, we can go back in time with receipts. I got them all here. Do we have to go through that? I mean, do I really have to show everything? And this went on for weeks. Erica this, Erica that, Erica this, Erica that. Prof this, Prof this, Prof that, Prof that, Prof that, Prof. Listen, I told the truth a month and a half ago and you got mad about it. And so you wait all until this weekend and suddenly everyone starts coming clean. It's my website. I don't really pay. I did pay for it. No, I didn't pay for it. Why is the story changed 15 times about the damn website and the release? Why all the distractions about the contract? No one said this and that about the contract that you want to argue about. We are just saying, here's the contract. Mrs. Allen didn't really want to go forward with it, and there was some idea that there were some concerns by all the parties who were in agreement, and these were the concerns. And I handed it to you on a silver platter. I literally posted it with highlighting, with a whole description, and then I did a live stream explaining it. I put it all on a silver platter for you to give you understanding as to what the problems were. And instead of being grateful that it was exhibited, that those concerns or those things, I mean, let's be honest here. Like the commenter said, I think crazy girl, whoever it was in that screenshot or in that transcript. That's why I focused on. Let me go back to it. Remember this? Someone asked, could it be the people you tried bringing in and a video being leaked that caused the problem? Yes. No one wanted attorneys who had a loud and somewhat unprofessional social media presence and a whole bunch of YouTubers who have loud, inappropriate social media presences to be involved in any way. And needless to say, lawyers are not investigators. YouTubers are not investigators. Investigators are investigators. So is it any mystery to you anyway, I want to listen. I want to have on someone who have I invited. It's a surprise for you all. Listen, they've attacked Adrian as of late because clearly Adrian has been in on some of these conversations. So Adrian has some understanding of all of this the past month, and she's been very disciplined in keeping her mouth shut and going off too much about it. But this shit gets to a boiling point where it reaches a point you can't not talk about it. So recently, she's been chiming in, and you wouldn't believe the backlash she's received simply for chiming in about it. All right? So we're going to take care of that tonight because I'm not going to let anyone do any harm to Adrian. Okay? And that's just the bottom line. And so anyway, everyone in the chat, please do me a favor and give a round of applause. Your favorite and my favorite, the most beautiful Adrian in Light in the Dark is here. And I want everyone to welcome her in, please. And she needs a lot of group hugs here. Okay, so please be nice. And I want to talk to Adrian because I'm done with my screaming and yelling and I'm done with my presentation. So we're all good. And I think now we can unwind. And geez, can we put on the? Let me do this. Let me do this because I'm pretty nice, right? I'm pretty nice. Can we put on the pretty music? Let's see.
That was so nice. That was very nice of you.
Hey, Adrian.
That was a really, really awesome. Very nice. I'm like, I don't know what to do with that.
Just
So
come
thank
in and
you.
come in and say hi. Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you too.
Hey,
Can you
Adrian.
hear me okay?
Yeah, you're loud and clear. It's perfect here.
Good, good.
So how you
Yeah,
doing?
I'm doing good. Yeah, doing really good. So that was awesome. That was a very good live, I think. I think you explained everything very well. So
Good. You think so? Thank you. I know I probably was yelling a little more. I guess
mm,
I started feeling
no,
better. 30 minutes into it, thanks to coffee.
Thanks. Well, I like coffee on an upset tummy. I don't know about that, you
Well,
know?
it's the prof's blood. That's how I work.
Okay. Hi, Jenny. Hi, guys. Hi,
Hey,
everyone.
everyone. Thanks for saying hi to Adrian.
Hi. Thank you. Thanks, guys. Uh, yeah, so lots of people had really great comments. Um, do we know whether or not the video that was leaked or put out or whatever we want to call it, was that discovery?
Say that again. I'm clueless what that meant.
Like the video that was leaked or whatever, was that discovery or was that just an exhibit? Do you know?
Oh, that's the question now. Now, see,
Okay.
that
Yeah,
is the question. And like I said, the rhetorical question I asked was, why would everybody be so weird and upset and acting so crazy over this
I
and
know.
pointing
Yeah,
fingers at each other? You know, Baldwin pointing at the Mean Girls and Allsbrook, and the Mean Girls and Allsbrook pointing back at Baldwin and O'Jay,
I
like,
know.
and the blackmail, the threats, the motherfuckers and the pussies, and what's going on?
I don't know, but yeah, that it got everybody so riled up is definitely an indicator, you know.
Sunflower says, Adrian, I have mandala lotus tattoo in the same place on my left shoulder. Your
Oh wow,
sisters.
that's awesome. That's awesome,
Yeah.
Sunflower. Yay. Oh, Kali, you got hi.
Yeah, you
Did
got a
you?
beautiful twist going there. A braid, a
Oh,
braid, a braid.
braid. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know the
My hair
terms.
likes to frizz. It likes to frizz when I wash it. So, um, but yeah, somebody was saying, okay, so, and there's supposedly three versions of the video, correct? I
Well, I
think
think there's an enhanced, there's an original, and there's a short little clip.
okay. Okay.
But I don't, you know, the our people who were in the courtroom would be the experts on that.
Right. Yeah, because a lot of people are saying that, well, the people in the courtroom, like Andrea, Bob, Lawyer Lee, I think even Lauren from, what is it, Hidden True Crime? Um, they all said that he was not as close, you know?
Mhm.
Um, yeah.
Shibby says he likes your hair that way.
Well, thank you, Shibby.
All right.
Wow.
Silence says blame the lawyers. I don't decide. Oh, I don't. They're having some side conversation. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah.
I wasn't able to really read much of the chat because I had a lot of reading to do. So
Yeah.
apologize, y'all. Yeah. So what did you think of the money? The money when I read off all the money.
Did a lot of it get to the lawyers? Because I was under the impression that they I guess I was under the impression that yes, they were finally paid,
Mhm,
but
they were.
okay. Yeah.
I guess a good question that brings up too, because listen, I'm not making any accusations of money
Mhm.
impropriety regarding money, but I think there's another red flag here. There's another piece of this that was included. See, it ties into the contract because this contract included the money raised by Hennessy, okay,
Mhm. Yeah.
and also included a clause about future fundraising, which I understand is not really it's sort of frowned upon by the Allens. Now,
Mhm.
my big thing is why should there ever be questions about money if it's handled correctly? There needs to be an
Right.
accounting
Right.
because with the slander or the assertions, or I don't know what you want to call it, is being thrown around is that some people are saying the money's missing, some say it's frozen in some account, some say it's over here, some say it's over there.
Mhm.
There are questions, the way I phrase it, there are questions about the money. And I think that's a really negative thing. Like this entire thing is
Yeah.
looking really bad. And that's
Yeah.
where these people are right in some of the talking points when they say Don't do this infighting. It looks real bad. Yes, it does look. There's a lot that looks bad.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah,
is it the
but
prof doing it? Is it
no,
Adrian doing it?
no. Yeah. I mean, like, do do you want to be able to talk about the truth, or do you want, well, so, in the community, we've always had to be quiet about a certain group of people, and what they get up to. And, you know, it is what it is, but there's only so much lying that I can take, especially if, so I heard through the grapevine, independent of you, actually, was there were some people that were coming to me secondhand. Uh-oh. Did we lose Prof?
I'm back.
Oh, okay, good. I was
I
like, oh
tried
no.
switching you. Some who was telling me. Heather was saying to switch you to the left because the men would prefer that. I don't know what that means, but I tried. I
What?
tried Heather Brown, and I can't make. I don't
What
know how to
does
switch.
that mean?
What does that mean?
Yeah.
Of course, I would love to have Adrian on the other side if that's what the men want.
Okay.
Uh,
Well, anyway, what were we talking? We were talking about,
I'm sorry
oh
about
yeah.
that. Heather,
No.
stop distracting me.
Yeah, stop it, Heather. You wonderful,
Stop.
beautiful person. We love you, Heather. You're the best. And we also miss Amy. We miss Amy too. But yeah, it is very hard to tell. Yeah, trial junkie. Yeah, it's very hard to tell the story without bringing in other people. But what I heard through the grapevine was that Kathy was feeling pressured. I took it as I felt like she was getting bullied. So I just wanted to put it out there and, like, you've got support. I didn't really understand the ins and outs of the contract. Like, I don't, if you read the contract, it doesn't seem bad, you know, but if it's going to come down to investigative materials that could possibly get buried or, you know, misused in the same way that things were getting misused before trial even began, like going back to the way things were leaked in October 2023, that so many people had, I don't know if it was evidence or discovery or what it was, but they had access to a lot of things that they shouldn't have had access to. And that was being mishandled and misused at least as far back as 2023, from what I remember. But, you've been in the game longer than I have, so you would know what exactly um, got, moved around and
I
whatnot.
think there's
And
been all kind of leaks. Yeah, I mean, see,
yeah.
let's be honest here. Tobor proved there were leaks
Hmm.
of discovery
Okay.
into the Mean Girls chat. Okay, so we can move
Okay.
on. I mean, I don't really. I mean, Tobor covered all that. It's in his things. I mean, but obviously him and I disagree on so much with as in regards to the case, but
Hmm.
regards to that, he had access to some of that knowledge, and he did allege that there were things going on.
Hmm. Hmm.
Okay.
Hmm.
I'm not understanding some of this stuff in the chat, but I'm just gonna skip past it. There's something with Kayla, it's a God thing. I don't know. You
Hmm.
guys figure it out, and I might figure it out too. Okay. I don't know what trial junkie means either. It's really hard to tell the story without mentioning that certain group of people.
Well, the mean girls, because I did come out and just say it, but my thing was different. So, you know, the thing that I was on about.
Okay,
But I'm not gonna
here's
get,
something
yeah.
I want to address, and
Okay.
Adrian, like, because listen, someone deleted this. Court of public opinion. I didn't want this deleted because court of public opinion is trying his best to understand this, and he's getting there.
Yeah.
But he's repeating one of the talking points that have been spread around, like smeared around like mayonnaise over there on the Twitters. by the Mean Girls, which is it possible that Kathy was given poor legal advice from a personal lawyer who lacked knowledge of appeals? No, it's not, because that personal lawyer does not give legal advice of appeals or of post-conviction release. That
Mm-hmm.
lawyer gives personal advice as a personal lawyer and makes personal statements, which, let me be clear here, Adrian can vouch for me. I've been screaming for a month and a half that Kathy
Yeah.
needs to have that lawyer who is Mr. Cloutier.
Mm-hmm.
She needs to have him make a statement. I absolutely
Yeah.
agree. He should come out and make a clarifying statement.
Yeah.
But Kathy's legal advice was not from Mr. Cloutier solely. She was
Mm-hmm.
receiving pertinent legal advice from the appellate attorneys
Mm-hmm.
and Bob Mata. Okay? In addition to others. And if you don't believe me, ask Bob, ask Stacy, and ask Mark Lehman. Now, that's the fact, court of public opinion. I wish he wasn't timed out. Can I untime him out? Because I want him to answer to that.
Oh, I have no idea.
Hold up. Let me
Yeah, I don't know how to.
I don't know how to untime him out.
I don't either.
But he'll come back in, and so in regards to this question, court of public opinion, please chime in
Mm-hmm.
when you come back in.
Yeah. Yeah.
Listen, she's got sound legal advice. Just because it's not legal advice that everyone agrees with does not mean
Mm-hmm.
it was not sufficient or well found. Listen, I think Kathy's whole deal, in my understanding, she's deferring to the appellate team.
Yeah.
Okay, and so
That's what it
I
sounds like.
I agree with that. And let me also say, there's been this whole argument and gaslighting about post-conviction investigation getting started, blah, 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 blah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't necessarily disagree with that.
Mm-hmm.
I just disagree with the manner that Kathy has been handled. You understand?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yep. And I did try to post, I went back and found that the Defense Diaries live with Bob Mata, Kara Weineke, and Michael Osbrook. They were talking about, is it the Davis Hatton procedure or something like that?
Mhm.
And they were talking about, Osbrook was kind of talking about the thing that he wanted to do, which seemed risky. And like even at that point, Kara was like, yeah, I don't know if I'm really on to that or if I really agree with that kind of stuff. So, yeah, this is just my basic understanding. I got the impression that what Osbrook wanted to do wasn't normally done and that it seemed kind of risky. But that's about, I mean, see, I'm very handicapped when it comes to anything law because it's
Are you
actually very
meaning,
boring.
was this when Kara was on Bob Mata's show that she was discussing with him?
Yeah, yeah, but they had Osbert come up too. It's in the community post.
I've
There's
seen a
one on.
piece of it. I've
Yeah.
seen some of that. So yeah,
Hmm.
that's when Kara Weineke was not agreeing with this Davis Hatton procedure.
Hmm.
Um,
Hmm.
but subsequently, I think that there was some other, uh, you know, somehow they managed to make some agreement at some point, obviously.
Yeah.
But I would
Um.
say that I am totally averse to, you know, I'm not a lawyer. Like I said, I'm a commentator.
Right.
But as far as
Right.
my understanding and talking to some lawyers, I am pretty averse to the Davis Hatton procedure in this instance because it's very risky. And what you're risking is that if Rick does not get an appeal,
Hmm.
or if he does have a new trial and something fails and he's found guilty again, or whatever the case may be,
Hmm.
you're foregoing ever having post conviction brought after that post conviction relief, and that's unacceptable. Because for
Right.
me,
Yeah.
that's like a Hail Mary pass. That's a
Yep.
desperate attempt. And
Yep.
if you don't have it absolutely locked down where you're sure, and so basically, I think the concern with the appellate attorneys would be like, are you going to pull the rug out from under us? You know, and that's
Yeah.
a
Yeah.
valid concern.
Yeah. Yeah. I agree with that. Yeah. So. But again, you know, at the end of the day, like Michael Osbrook is gonna be right on the law stuff. Like he knows what he's talking about. Same with Sleuthy. Like if Sleuthy, she came into my comments when I first came out about the Kathy Allen thing. And I was trying to be very delicate about it, but just the rancor and the gang piling, was like
What
oof.
do you mean? The what?
The rancor, like
Oh,
yeah, when I made that post on Kathy being like, you know, I think we should cut her some slack and like, basically she's still working on behalf of Rick. It's not like it's not like she's like some evil person that didn't consider her husband. And I mean, that's an extrapolation. But basically, like when Sleuthy came in and she into the comments, excuse me, and was making like the point by point for the contract. I was like, I'm not gonna argue with you on this because like you're gonna win. Like I don't care about law. I understand the gist of it, but yeah, sure, everything you're saying sounds right. Or when people come in to say, "Oh, you're talking about this thing and this thing," and I'm like, "Okay, I don't know what I'm talking about." So that's why I had the Bob Mata thing up. Um, I thought you did a
right. Well,
good
that's
job this past Friday of like talking about some of that stuff too.
Mhm.
But yeah,
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying though, because what you're doing, you're taking people's, you're using, you're basically commenting upon people's own words. You don't have to know the law. You're looking at
yeah,
the things like we're
yeah,
not giving legal advice or opinions here. Like
right.
this, I want to address this because this is one of those things. Because basically, what we're saying is there's trolling. Okay, let's be honest here. There's trolling. These people are
Right.
trolling this issue. And this is one of them. Let's look at a typical thing. Aren't these two things separate? Both can be going on at once, from what I understand. First part of the sentence. Yes, it's true. They are separate. Let's raise some money. No, Kathy doesn't want it. Okay. Test some stuff. Well, that would be nice if some stuff was tested, but why hasn't it been tested for 8 years? Okay. And get Rick out of jail? No, that ain't happening. Listen,
Mm-hmm.
your best chance of getting Rick out of jail is the appellate team, which is currently got the wheels turning, Uliana and Lehman. That's your
Mm-hmm.
number one potentiality of freeing Rick Allen. And so, yeah, let's get that going. But let's not
Mm-hmm.
see the gaslight is that we getting Rick out of jail in 6 months or in a year. No, it ain't. It ain't never happening. I'm sorry.
No.
I don't fulfill your fantasies. This is not delusion world. We ain't getting Rick out of jail immediately.
Right. Right. But yeah, I mean
Sorry.
the urgency, um the the franticness of everything, and then not knowing the law, like you sit there and second guess yourself, but you're like, I'm pretty sure other lawyers were saying this was risky, and like, and it doesn't matter because Kathy decided not to go with the contract anyway, you know. So it doesn't matter. But the fact that it kept getting brought up and that like for some reason the people that were defending Kathy were somehow making it impossible for the thing to happen. The what is
That
it?
was a
Post
total lie. Yeah, yeah,
yeah,
yeah. Total lie.
yeah,
Listen, it wasn't Kathy's inner circle of friends. It
right.
wasn't Erica Morse. Okay.
No.
It was Kathy herself in
Mm-hmm.
discussions with very powerful attorneys. This says Kathy
Mm-hmm.
doesn't even know where the last fundraiser funds went to. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
And not only
Yeah.
that, I know someone who donated thousands of dollars, literally thousands of dollars to that fundraiser. She's furious. She wants to know where those funds are.
Yeah. Wow.
DNA is available, needs tested. It will take money to do that. If they can
Yeah.
prove it, he's innocent. He gets out of jail. It's not. No, you're back to the fantasy. Who are you? Who are you, Moon Turtle? You're not Moon
Well,
Turtle. Who are you? You're coming in a fake account. So come on, who are you really? And if you don't say who you are, what's your other account, then I'll kick you out or something. Because I know you're not just some random moon turtle. You're one of come on, you're one of the crew. Who are you?
Well,
Just be honest here.
I, you know, I think that what a lot of people do think, this is crazy because like you would assume this, right? But it does seem like if you can prove that the DNA is not his, then he should just get to go out of prison. But it is you have to go through all the bureaucracy of the system of law. It's really annoying and frustrating, but that's how it gets done. Like you have to file the motions and all of this stuff.
Well, yeah,
And
and you got to
yeah.
prove that somehow some other guy's DNA being on those
Hmm.
girls means that Rick didn't kill him. It's not just that if it's somebody
That too,
else's
yeah.
DNA. I mean, it could be Mike Patty's DNA, Cody Patty's DNA, the boyfriend's DNA, some other boy's DNA. It could be somebody who
Okay.
moved the bodies or one of the rescuers or whatever, search and rescue. I'm saying that this whole gaslight that they've it's to
Okay.
you remember when I was saying it's manufacturing a sense of urgency?
Yeah. Yeah, it really,
Yeah,
yeah, it really is.
no one who knows actually believes that. That's the whole thing about why are we doing this to the community?
Yeah.
It's really
Yeah.
like it's post traumatic. It's you know how I always say we all suffer from post traumatic stress.
Mm-hmm.
Why are we further traumatizing the community in that way?
Mm. You know, I don't know. I don't know. And yeah, so Turtle Moon is saying that like or Moon Turtle Turtle Moon, but it does take time, yeah. So that they're not just gonna open the door for him, but um
The appeal is the quickest way to do that.
yeah,
I mean, really, a new trial in which it's proven that he's innocent.
yeah.
I
And
mean,
yeah, it
hey,
is,
Adrian, did
yeah.
you see today the Betsy Blair sketch that was released?
Yeah.
I mean, now let's be honest here, guys. It's exactly what Baldwin said. It's more resembling of a 1960s or 70s car. That is not Richard Allen's car. So the question is, whose car
Yeah.
is that? And remember,
It,
Rick described himself that
yeah.
he parked somewhere else. Okay, he didn't even park
Yeah.
there. So
Dude, that was the funniest thing because it was literally this.
it was literally that. Yeah, yeah,
Yep.
literally. You see,
Yep.
she's an artist. You're such a great artist. You can even
Thank
do that
you.
immediately. Listen, court of public opinion says it would, if I could say something to Kathy, it would be this. Most of us here care a great deal about her and Rick. We are asking questions because we care about the Allen family, and she will see this. And
Mm-hmm.
so I promise
Yeah.
you, it's very likely she will see that and she will know your heart. And listen,
Mm.
I understand that a lot of people have that in their hearts. A lot of people
Yeah.
have been gaslit and
Mm-hmm.
that emotionalism has been used to stir
Mm-hmm.
them up or manipulate them.
Yep.
uh, Everyone, we understand a lot of people who are passionate care about the Allen family. But I
Mm-hmm.
say, if you care about the Allen family, you have to respect the Allen family and understand that they're not disinformed or misinformed.
Right. Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there
I'm
was
trying to get,
exactly. Sunflower was making a great point. I hope I screenshotted it because that basically the fact that there was this like urgent, frantic campaign, that is kind of that is coercive in my opinion. Um,
Mhm.
just because, there's nothing being physically threatened, but it is a PTSD, like always on adrenaline, always, on edge, never getting a down chance to kind of process and think about what it is that, you know, you want to say and stuff. So there's a lot of reaction. And there's not much time to actually think about things. And that is a tactic. And I know people don't want to think of people in a way that, you know, that they would willingly or knowingly engage in those kind of tactics, but there are. There really are. And I mean, whether it's just learned from this community as a way to get what you want, or if it is something that, you know, was learned in a different way. However it was learned, it is used. So, yeah,
I'm just going through some of these. Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, so much pressure and they can't make any mistakes. I'm glad they are quiet. Yeah. I was a juror and saw the exhibit alone. I would think reasonable doubt. Yeah. Yeah, it is ridiculous, Gilletta. If we ever hear it. Yeah, it won't because I think the drama is just another way to muddy the waters, to make the picture harder to see, um, and to keep the heat off of people that behave badly. And um, it's very easy to make people look crazy on this case. And I know that's the thing that they're gunning for me. Um, and that's fine because I think we're all a little crazy. So it's not gonna,
It's the
yeah,
Delphi. Welcome to Delphi.
yeah, yeah. It's not really gonna mean much, you know, because it's like, well, you're in the land of crazy, so you know. Um,
But this is what I've been saying because a lot of people like to say like, okay, so I'll do 100 hours of
mhm.
informative, information-packed presentations. Every aspect of the case. I hit Nick McClelland. I hit the defense attorneys. I hit the gaslight. I hit the confessions. I hit this. I hit
Yep,
this. I hit this.
right.
Every filing. But if
Yep,
I do a stream on the community, on all of
yeah,
the inappropriate things and the things that I need to that I'm demanding truth about and transparency, I do a stream on that, and all of a sudden, oh, I'm not watching this anymore. It says a da 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 with the drama. They throw around
yeah,
this word drama because it's
yep,
dismissive. It's like saying conspiracy
right,
theorist.
right. Or they're
But
like,
this is
you're jealous,
drama. This is
or yeah,
infighting. It's like drama, infighting, uh, conspiracies. This is all dismissive things. We're talking about real things that are happening that are important. They're as important as
right,
everything else in the case.
right. Well, because honestly, like I didn't understand the importance of the provenance of the video. Like, you know, to me, that didn't seem like a big deal. And then to me, I couldn't also prove if the video was real or fake. But I mean, it was good that you were onto that and you wanted to know exactly where it came from because, I mean, without it, the rabbit hole wouldn't have been opened necessarily. You know, like we wouldn't have necessarily gone down the rabbit hole. And yeah, so that was very insightful. It if things aren't very transparent, it is questionable. Like you get used to it, you get desensitized to it because the state is very good at that. Um, and like the fact that we can't know if the video that got released or leaked or whatever is discovery or not because the judge hasn't put together like a full itemized list of exhibits is just beyond me. You know, it's like,
Mhm.
what? But it's Delphi, so why am I surprised? You know?
Well, it's a good point you make about like I've said, think about it. It's been a month and a half since that video dropped, and they're
Mhm.
just starting to kind of approach coming clean, but there's
Mhm.
still a huge fight over the leakers and the
Yeah.
defense team. And
Yep.
there's like, you motherfuckers, pussies, da 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 da
Yeah.
da. We don't respect you anymore. And then there's, no, we did not release it and we condemn it. So a month and a half later, imagine if I had not gone nuts. Because I,
Right.
okay, you've been in on the conversation.
Mm-hmm.
You remember how I told you that there was a reason I went nuts when this happened?
Mm-hmm.
Because I wanted to cause a big disturbance.
Well, and I was like, no, you just had to go and be Mr. Dramatic and stuff. And you're like, wait a second, wait a second. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah,
Yep. Yeah. Go ahead.
I went nuts
Mm-hmm.
to cause a wave of
Mm-hmm.
people saying, "Hey, we need to demand something about this," because it was all unclear and it was causing confusion. And even with all of that I did and we did,
Mm-hmm.
it's still taken what, 7 weeks to start to begin to get an answer. And I'm still waiting on Baldwin and Jennifer Auger to clear it
Yeah.
up.
Yeah. And, I really hope for their sake that's not the case because I really liked them. The fact that Baldwin and Rosie were gonna do pro bono work. Like people forget that. They
Hmm.
marched in there on Halloween. Halloween? Yeah, 2023, because Hennessy made the joke about Gull coming as a witch or something.
Oh my God, these people.
Yeah, I love that guy.
That guy is a classic, man. I
Yeah,
like him too.
he's like, I forget the joke, but yeah, that's when murder shit started really hating Bob because Bob chuckled at it. So weird. But anyway, yeah.
I mean,
Um,
murder shits, they get their panties in a bind over anything, you know.
oh my God, yeah. I
Oh,
mean,
drama queens. That's your
yeah,
drama queens.
yep, yep. They will they'll have people serve you copyright strikes in public, like, you know, face to face. That's how crazy they are. 100%. The Lafayette PD contract.
Oh, let
You
me
have
get
a
to
good
that.
theory. You have a good theory on that, Prof, but I don't follow that. As you know,
Oh, you want
so
me to explain it to the people? Okay, let's see. Let's see.
they say the defense paid for Hennessy's. Okay, so Dakota's saying
Wait, no,
100%.
no. Dakota. That's not why it was raised. No, 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 no. Okay, see, who are you, Dakota? Because that's a bold claim you're making, and people will fact check it.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll get to Dakota. I'm going to star it. I'll come back to Dakota.
Okay.
No, because we're not going to do that either. Like I'm saying this, where's the accounting? See, the thing
Yeah.
about all of those claims, where's the accounting? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Adrian and Prof, please tell us more about the Lafayette PD contract if you know more. I'd like to
You know
know if the
more.
NDA spoken of relates. No, the NDA spoken of relates to Angela telling someone that
Mhm.
she was able to receive information because she was under an NDA.
Yeah.
Now, take that as you will.
Yeah.
Um, the Lafayette PD, here's my theory on that. My theory on the Lafayette PD is that I was the only channel they chose to. Let me back it up.
Yeah.
I received a copyright strike and I made a huge deal about it. And this is another thing. These
Mm-hmm.
same people, the mean girls,
Mm-hmm.
they tried their best. They made a hellacious noise in trying to debunk when I merely posted the copyright strike. And
Mm-hmm.
I relayed the fact that there was a Lafayette PD contract with the gray media.
Mm-hmm.
So let me give you my theory now.
Yeah.
So so when this video came out, I, like many, I posted it, but the way that I posted it is I posted original and then I did all these alterations to it and in one video. So I put it in my software and I had it play at original speed one time through, and then I let it go through and I started manipulating it just like I did the audio when I did the audio section. And I manipulated the speed and the colors and contrast and all that. Well, I posted it that evening. That next morning, I had a copyright strike.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, a copyright claim. Let me tell the dog to hush, please. Okay. So the copyright claim, it was from Gray Media.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it turns out that Gray Media has intimate ties with the Lafayette Police Department for producing PR, basically, in the form of a television type of media. Um, well, what I found strange about it was that no one else on the entire internet
I
received
know.
a copyright
I,
claim.
I was like, why?
Okay. I also found it interesting that I know how the copyright claims work. You can't just copyright strike anybody and claim to be anybody, you
True.
know? In other
Mhm.
words, I could say I'm Disney and I could go strike all the Disney, right?
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
you have to be able to verify who you are. And so when that claim came, I said, "Oh, this is legitimately," and in the claim it detailed the station that it was for. So it was Gray Media on behalf of the WNDU, or whatever it be. So I started thinking, and I started doing research, and what happened is that claim lasted 30 days, and then it expired. So in the course of all that time, I was waiting to see if anyone else would get a claim, and no one else did. And then I thought, aha, well, this Lafayette PD had associations with them, but so did Allen County courts. So what I was telling Adrian is that it's very odd to me that that Judge Gull's court and the Lafayette PD both had contracts with this Gray Media
Mm-hmm.
uh, Inc.
Mm-hmm.
And I started to think, well, hey, it would be very easy for either one of those people who have these relationships with that individual to say, make a phone call and say, hey, go strike or go claim copyright on that thing,
Mm-hmm.
send a message. And I felt that it was to send a message because, I've typically been very critical of the families. And I thought maybe it was an attempt to intimidate or warn that you better not exploit this video in certain ways. And that's kind of my conspiracy theory in that court of public opinion. But I put
Well,
all
it's
those
interesting.
on the community page.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Was the name of a purposeful play offered to mislead you? Oh, I don't know. They probably had that name beforehand, right?
I
The
don't.
name
You're way
of a.
ahead. I'm still back here in the.
Oh, sorry.
Hmm, okay. You see, we keep getting trolls coming in. The trolls are just
Yeah,
butthurt that we tell
we're
the truth. I mean, something.
we're
Hmm.
good at attracting trolls. What can I say?
Sorry, I gotta. The bad trolls. Bad trolls. I be tracking trolls. They don't even realize it. They realize it.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. You made that account just to come in and say that. All right. So we're gonna permanently ban and delete that. Okay. Where else are we? Heather's reminding everyone to subscribe, and share. Oleg
Yes.
Cat, hey, thank you for gifting the 5 memberships.
Yeah.
Whoever
Thank.
got them, I'm so proud of you. Let's
Yeah.
see, BGPO, Miss Demai, Oskana, Oksana Luke, Deanna Burdett. So Oleg be gifting. Thank you, Oleg. Um, Court of Public Opinion is ripping on the murder shits. Good job.
Good.
Good job, sir. Good job.
Yes.
You're earning your stripes. You're going to get an official
Hi, Alex.
prof membership pretty soon if I figure out
Mm-hmm.
how to get them myself.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Hey, Allie. Allie, I didn't want you. I didn't want you timed out, so I'm sorry you got timed out.
Could
But
have been
we
the
have to
cat was.
talk later. Whatever.
Yeah.
I have no clue what you guys are arguing about, so please stop
Yeah.
arguing.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see where
Good
we
to see
are.
you, Spike Dog. Ooh,
Let's see what we're
it could
doing.
be too that
Alex
the
M says I finally caught alive. Hi, Alex M.
yay.
Thanks for coming in, Adrian. Nice to have you and the kitty.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Various people have false copyright struck others in order to
Christina
get.
says trolling is a form of flattery. Who would dedicate this much time and energy to someone they don't like? Narrative control. Spin. Any adult
Yeah,
of
that's
sound mind
true.
would never do that. Many
Yeah.
nefarious people have false copyright struck others in order to dox them.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Mm-hmm.
true, but yeah, I warned Adrian of that as well.
Yep. Yep.
Um,
Tis a tactic.
Clearly, you over the target if you're getting flack. Well, you see, that's what we're talking about.
Oh yeah.
Trolls be
Mm-hmm.
trolling when it matters. If you didn't matter, they wouldn't even care. For instance, I never go over to these lame chicks channels and say a damn thing because why? Okay.
Well, I wanted to believe the best in everyone, but actions, guys, they speak louder than words sometimes. So
Well, I think I finally caught up with the chat. So, let me go back to the one I was going to yell at. Who I'm going to yell at? Dakota?
mm-hmm.
Okay, Dakota, I don't know about this. See, you can say this. Who's that coming from? What's the proof? How are you going to hold an accounting to all the donors? Because the donors are asking questions. And like I said, I have a donor. I know a couple donors actually. One donated hundreds, one donated
Mm-hmm.
thousands. And both of them are kind of like they got their panties all in a twist right now. They want to know where's the money? All right.
Yeah.
Anyway, Dakota, we appreciate you being here. I'm just saying you can't come
Yeah.
in making bold claims like that. That no one is confident of that. So maybe you can elaborate or maybe you can go get corrected. I don't know. I don't know the facts. I just know there are questions, which there shouldn't be.
Yeah.
All right. So
Then corrected the process. Yeah. That's true. GTO. Hmm. Yeah, it's weird that I think a tactic too is the using your own mind against you. So like, you know how I told you, Prof, how I feel like when they come in and they play the semantics game really well, it makes
mhm,
me feel like, wow, did I just imagine this whole thing? But
mhm.
it's like, no, I didn't, because there's evidence showing. But it's like, how can people lie? Just lie, you know? I don't know. Questioning the price for the trip to get that picture. What's that
Yeah,
mean?
I'm not doing that. Listen, attorneys do that. If the judge approves it, it approves it. That's not for us. I mean, dude, come on.
Yeah.
If the judge approved it, it's approved. The judge doesn't, it's not. But yeah, I mean, that's my whole point in Karma Train. My whole point in showing you all of that is do you see what a fucking money train this is? I mean, when you're talking 300 or 400 an hour, Everything I said was thousands of dollars, except for Jody Williams getting the overtime of $100 to do a transcript. I mean,
Hmm.
everyone was getting thousands.
Yeah. Well, and I think earlier in the chat, right when you started talking about the money stuff, everybody was talking about, how much the trial really costs and who was really getting paid. So,
Well, I mean, like
anti-semantic.
Mhm.
Silent G. Silent G said, "Does that make us all anti-semantics?" Yeah, it does.
No, semantics are good. It's the semantic games that are not.
Well, there is like anti-Semitic, but it's
Yeah, oh
anti-semantic.
yeah, I know. Let's see.
Okay. Said in his interview, people just don't
People just
believe
don't
what they
believe what they
see.
see. Oh no, that was when there was an attempt to call everybody crazy. But see, let me give
Okay.
this.
Yeah.
That's the only thing that Michael Losberg said that was actually kind of honest, I thought,
Hmm.
which was he said that, let me bring it back up because this was an important, at least he had the critical thought to say this, right? So Osbrook said, look in the first paragraph, second to last sentence. And the BG video, whatever anybody says, is straight out of the phone extraction I was given. Oh, I didn't include it. Okay, because I have the full transcript. Let me go read it from the full transcript.
Okay.
In the full transcript, see, I had to cut some of it out, but what he actually says in the full paragraph, he says, well, let me do this. Let me do this. Who's texting me? And don't text me during the live stream, please. Let's see. What is the text? Is it that important? It's not that important. Okay. Listen. Let's see if this works.
Yeah.
Boom.
I have a
Okay.
hypothetical I was given.
He said, Michael also says, this is a follow up to what I just read. He follows with,
Hmm.
there are a lot of good questions to ask about the BG video. My favorite question, and it's based on the eyewitness testimony, is why did all the people at trial say that wasn't what was presented as the
Hmm.
original? There are some other good questions to ask about it. And this is the good one. But that it's fake, that it's AI, that it's fake. If it's AI, it's straight out of the phone extraction. Okay. So how did it get there? I don't know. So do you understand? If it's, let me do it again. I like to rub shit in. You see, he says, if look at the second half, if it's AI, it's straight out of the phone extraction. So how did it get there? I don't
Hmm.
know. Well, I would know. Remember the auxiliary jack being plugged in at whatever it was, 5:45 or so. And then
Hmm.
at 10:45 or whatever the time was, 5 hours later, it's unplugged. Someone could have transferred data to that phone during that process. So I thought that was a critical thought from Osbrook. It was like the one place I thought he was actually fair in the entire 2 hours. You
Okay.
know,
Yeah.
it's possible that it is AI, but he's claiming this is straight out of the phone extractor, which it may be. So then the question is, how does it get into the phone so that it's in the extraction if it's tampered with? I'm sure Iva Apophis would probably have a good fucking conspiracy theory. A lot of us have good conspiracy theories, you know.
Well, I'm so excited for Eyes video. Oh,
Christina
I
says,
can't
that's what I
wait.
mean, Adrian. They try to use your brain against you. Yes, they've done it to all of us. They've done it to all of us. They try
Hmm.
gaslighting us for questioning things and using critical thinking.
Hmm. It's
It's
very
true.
well
This is
said.
why there's something. You remember the Delphi mind virus is a term the trolls like to use? Yeah,
Hmm.
because they cause it. They
Yeah,
literally,
I do.
like, So they start with like emailing you terrifying shit. Then they
Yeah.
come in the chat and they terrify you in the chat and in the
Yep.
comment section. And then they terrify you on Discord. And then they terrify you on your phone. If they get your phone number and they call your phone and masturbate in the phone or something. And then they send shit to your house. Then they let you know that they know your parents' names and your parents' Facebooks and all your life history. So yeah, they use your mind against you. It's called uh, domestic terrorism over the internet. You know?
Psychological terrorism in your own
Yeah.
brain. Yeah.
All right. But so many in Delphi have been run off with that type of stuff, and some have suicided.
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe Kelsey was adding evidence to Libby's phone instead of actually deleting. Well, here we know there's all those things, right? They're the inappropriate things with the phone. Why would you go in and delete shit off of social media and off the phone of a
Mm-hmm.
murder victim? All right.
Yeah. Delphi derangement disease. Yes, Nancy.
Question should be, how can anyone believe the video came straight from the phone with edits and still think it is real? What did Dino do? What do you better clarify, Switch Shibby. What did Dino email me or mail something to my house?
They're always getting in trouble, those two.
All right, so let's see. I want to address some things with Adrian since she's here. The chat's always here, but I want to take a second and Adrian, what were some of the things that you've been beat up recently about that maybe we can understand that you made a mistake, or maybe we can understand that you're being abused? Anything come into mind that they've
Well,
thrown at you?
what do you, oh, like being crazy? Like
No, like
go,
I said you. Did you say okay? You said things in some of your posts or something that might have been incorrect. You made some mistakes.
oh, yeah, probably. I mean, I thought from what was told to me, I did hear that Osberg showed up at Kathy's house.
Oh, I'm glad you brought that up.
Yeah.
That didn't come from me. That didn't come from
No.
Christine. Uh, so basically, that's part of the game of telephone. That's part of the game of
Mhm.
telephone that I was referring to.
Mhm.
So somehow, Osbrook presenting this to Kathy got turned into Osbrook physically presenting it to Kathy.
Mhm. Mhm.
Which for me, it doesn't even fucking matter. You know, it's like this. That's called nitpicking. In other words, let's talk about the fact that Baldwin and Auger are saying that video is not from them. You're
Mhm.
saying it is from them.
Mhm.
That seems to be huge. Why are we nitpicking? Okay, if you didn't show up at someone's house, you say I didn't show up at someone's house, and then if the person who says so made a mistake because a game of telephone, the way this community works, then you say I made a
Yeah.
mistake. It's not.
Yeah.
This is not. See, to me, using things like that are disingenuous. It's a tactic to try to discredit everything you say by trying to discredit one small mistake you made, as if people don't make small mistakes.
Well, I admittedly do make mistakes, and you know me, I'm a hothead. So when I get flipping livid, as I was, because I just never liked a bully. I've never liked a bully. So when I feel like somebody's getting bullied and I have that kind of information coming in, I withheld that for as long as I could. And then I'm like, yeah, but you have these people showing up at her house and like, you know, so yes. I should have verified. I did get that wrong. I got that incorrect. And I apologize. But it was enough to make me very angry, you know.
Yeah, but let's put it this way. It's believable because of this intense pressure campaign. This is what people don't seem to understand. Like
True.
I say,
True.
why is it that you all allowed this shit to happen in this community? So a
Mhm.
month and a half ago, you do a stupid move,
Yep.
and instead of just cleaning it up immediately, what you
Mhm.
decide to do is let this entire storm brew in this community
Mhm.
and you've caused further division by your failure to step forward. And this is one of the things he said I didn't like, where um, he says Andy Baldwin said it was okay to release it. I got it, and Angela then therefore got it. And then Crazy Girl says, couldn't we have said this a long time ago? And you say, because some people weren't willing to be honest. Who the fuck is some people? Why are you putting it on some anonymous people? Like, it's not some anonymous people. Okay, it's someone you're trying to put it onto someone. But
Mhm.
aren't you the one who got the video and Angela the
Mhm.
one who leaked it using
Mhm.
Luke? So can we
Mhm.
just say because we can
Yeah.
you take, like, would it have killed you all to say we? Let's not forget that in the very first days when I did make the DMs, remember those I've shown? I
Yeah.
made the DMs and I said, "Hey, I know y'all did it. You need to clean it up." And
Right.
instead of saying, "No, we didn't. You don't know what you're talking about. It was the
Right.
defense." That's what I mean. You caused this.
Right. But then it does get turned around. It is the Darvo thing.
Yeah,
Um,
well, but it was further. It was all of the abuse on Twitter. Because remember,
mhm.
I was so angry at all of the people who were like relentlessly going on Twitter because they were upset. They had been set off in my direction,
Mhm. I
and
remember it well.
it's like, okay, so not only did you allow that lie to fester, but then you allowed all these people to come trolling or to come abusing Adrian, myself, Erica, and Kathy. You allowed all this discord to develop, and you watched it all happening, and you allowed it, and then you allowed your little friends. I'm not going to name their names, but the mean girls, the little groupies of Osbrook, you allowed those little girls, those little mean girls, to go all over Twitter, just blah 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 on the comment sections, blah 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 blah,
Mhm.
knowing that I was right and Adrian was right,
No,
and
but
this
I
whole
mean,
thing it did pressure Kathy
it
out.
did. But Prof, like it wasn't done just it was done out of malice, because they had something to hide. I don't know what it is. I don't know how bad it is, but they were willing to let people get harassed and harass them actively, in order to continue to hide whatever it was. I mean, that's the only reasonable deduction that I can come to. And I'm not trying to, be incendiary. I'm just calling it like it looks like to me. Because really, what other purpose was there, you know?
Miss K says this mess should have been cleaned up a month and a half ago. Those involved chose to engage and enrage the bitch fest to attack the truth tellers. Absolutely
Hmm.
true. And that's why I was
Very well said.
constantly coming on and saying, I'm
Right,
telling you the truth.
right. But,
This was all about, like, it was all to try to discredit. Remember, Adrian, so we got to go here and we will go here because, like I said, you had to come and triple down on the bullshit. So we're
mm-hmm,
going to double down on the clapback.
yeah,
Remember, remember we were talking months ago. And I was telling you how Osbrook seemed to be going around behind the scenes because of certain phone calls I was getting. And he was trying to discredit me, Christine, and Erica. And I was telling you all about it.
yeah.
And what did you say to me?
Oh, hi, Cromley. Well, I
Do you
felt
remember
like
what you said?
he was preemptively like discrediting you, and it was weird because he like was, zoning in on you and Christine too. And I was like, that's weird. But yeah.
Why was this effort? Yeah, you. So why was it? Why was there this effort ever since like trial or verdict time, and then ever since sentencing and escalating? Why was there this effort underway to preemptively discredit me and the Jensen investigators, Christine and Erica? Why? Because
Well,
Adrian saw it
yeah.
and even called it out to me. And this is before that video leaked. This is before the contract. So it's like you were preemptively setting me up to be a bad guy. Was it in case when you pulled this stunt that you knew I wasn't going to stand for it?
Mhm.
And like
Well,
I say, yeah, go ahead.
well, I shouldn't be like giving bad people ways to be better at being bad, but like, had they not copyright struck just you? I mean, like, they've kind of done this to themselves. So I don't really know what else to say because, like, why did you go on Hella's live and say the shit that you said? All of you. Why?
I want to say that too because I don't want to condemn her because I'll
No,
say
I
this.
love Hella.
Okay,
I love
I'll say
Hella.
this about her. I think she's fooled right now because she wants everything to be nice. She wants
Mhm.
everything. She wants us to be focusing on the case. Well,
Mhm.
unfortunately, this is part of the case. Okay, but I found it odd. It's like first you platform. So these girls, they came and they set up the narrative. Okay,
Mhm.
then Luke came behind and he doubled down on the narrative. And then Osbrook comes behind and triples down on the narrative. That's what I mean by tripling down.
Yep.
Okay. And it's odd that they chose to go do it over there every time.
Mhm.
And honestly, I hadn't announced to my viewers yet, but I had intended to go and um, and talk with her because when I privately messaged her and I said, "Listen, why would you choose a side in this instead of learning both sides of the story?" And to give her credit, she actually said, "Well, that's not my intention or whatever. And if you want to come and tell your side, I'd be glad to have you." So I agreed that I would come, um, but then I got sick the past several days, so I've been like feeling horribly, and
Mhm.
um, and I think since then she's decided that she doesn't want to touch the topic anymore. But
Yeah. I
what I'm
wouldn't
going to
want to
do
touch
with
it.
her, I'd rather privately. I hate to blast things ahead of time, so I don't. Before I speak with her, I hate to say it, but basically, what I'm going to do is I'm going to invite her to come here to talk with me about it
Mhm.
to keep her channel
Mhm.
clean if she wants. But I'll allow her to come here, and her and I
Mhm.
can talk like you and I are.
Mhm.
In case she has any questions, maybe she'll watch this and it'll answer some of her questions. But
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah,
Hopefully the people that like got all amped up and decided to just go all in on the narrative of like, you guys are bad people, blah blah blah. Um, hopefully, they're capable of changing their minds. We'll see. But I like to not depend on that and just assume that they're always going to, hate or, be unreasonable, most of them anyway, because, it's just safer that way. But um, it's really hard to tell the truth here.
some people will never admit that they were wrong. They just
Yeah,
will
that's true.
never, never,
Yeah.
never, never, never. And listen,
Mhm.
you guys were wrong. Just let's see. I care about the truth about the Delphi murders and transparency
Yeah.
more than anyone. But this whole thing was done wrong,
Yep.
and the fact that you lied about it, told several versions of the story, had allowed it to fester all this time. You put all this pressure on Kathy, and on the community, you got the whole community infuriated about
Mm-hmm.
it with this manufactured sense of urgency, and now you're just deciding that maybe we'll say it was Baldwin,
Mm-hmm.
and it's like Baldwin is not going to agree with that. Like this is still unsatisfactory. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was not an
And
attack. They tried to frame it as an attack, a one-sided attack. I was not attacking anyone. I'm still not. This is not an attack on Osbrook tonight. This is
right.
called we're setting the record straight.
Right. Yeah, and thank you for doing this because it was just going to keep going. And I don't know if they'll try still or what, but there was obviously something big enough connected to it that they really needed it to go away. So,
Yeah, and that's my thing right now. Like, are you telling me Michael said last night no one's going to jail? I don't know about that. Let me be honest. If this is discovery and it is not an exhibit, someone's maybe going to jail.
mm-hmm,
And maybe that's why you're all acting fucking weird because it should be a simple thing to say, yeah, I got the exhibit and I gave it to this one and this one gave it to this one and it's our website. But instead, it's like 2 months of lies.
mm-hmm.
Okay, so what's next? Discovery needs to be vetted by experts and brought forth with transparency. Absolutely. Not everything is what it seems. Absolutely. As we see, most especially in this particular case.
It's so funny because like so many people have had to work tooth and nail just to get like think of how Andrea and anybody that went to the trial, like that they were sleeping outside on the sidewalk or in their car or whatever, um, until there were like line sitters and stuff. Like think of how many people dedicated their time, donated their time, their energy into trying to get closer to the truth. Like that's how much so many people actually care. And then to see that there are efforts being made to, if it's not more nefarious, then it's at least on the level of personal agenda, ulterior motives. So like the fact that so many people are in it for themselves, that they just want, I don't even know what they want,
I don't
but
even know either.
yeah,
Yeah,
I don't
yeah.
even understand it because it's an investigation into the murders of two kids. If you want justice for them, railroading a man is not the way to do that. And
This is not justice for it, Libby and Abby, right?
right, it's just been buried and buried and buried.
Very job.
And how many of us have come out of the woodwork to just try to dig back some of it, try to uncover some of it, because it's just constantly getting buried. But
Well,
it
think of
just
how
always,
many people have how much people have given to try to get justice for Libby and Abby. It's unbelievable the amount of human effort that has gone into this.
right,
And
right.
I shared with you an interesting comment today. I want to read it. I'm not going to put it on the screen,
Okay.
but I found this on Twitter. This was in a post of Mr. Osbrook and some of the Mean Girls, and it says, all of the YouTubers' antics and social media stupidity led to the death of Robert Fortson. I despise you all. He was a father, active duty, and you continue playing social media sleuths. I held you in high regard. This isn't justice. Why not help Robert Fortson's spouse with a civil lawsuit? And I love that comment because it really hits on the fucking truth.
Mm,
There are so many people out here who need justice. For instance, do you know there's been children killed today? There are unsolved murders in your counties and states right now that you could be advocating for, bringing public awareness to, and all of this stuff. So why are you in Delphi? And if you feel you're not wanted or needed, or that there's some problem, how about some of the other thousands of cases? Because this shit you guys have been doing, it's non-productive. It's not, listen, trying to control a narrative for, uh, I heard the term wrongful conviction space, in a wrongful conviction space, for like whatever appearances you're going for, whatever. For me, it's like, no, no. This is, it looks vain. It looks
Mm-hmm.
selfish. And that's not what this should be. Like I say, I'm a commentator on the true crime news or whatever. This particular case is my focus. But I don't portray myself to be a social justice warrior or some activist. That's not my deal. But those whose deal it is, or those attorneys who want to contribute time, well, go contribute your time. That's my message to the Delphi mean girls. I mean, the Delphi, getting confused. The Delphi old lady hags who have distracted, razzle dazzled, and derailed this case for years. Sorry, old ladies in Delphi. You ladies who are so judgmental and cause distractions and chaos and try to get people to see pareidolia in every fucking screenshot. What are you doing in Delphi? Like, how about go somewhere else where you can do all that stuff, but maybe actually help somebody? This is not justice.
Well, Court, I respectfully disagree that it was just assholemen, which is fantastic, by the way, and Gull that are 100% responsible for facilitating forced suicide, not
Mm-mm.
YouTubers. Um,
No,
I
it was
disagree.
YouTubers too.
Yeah, I think it was YouTubers as well because, you have your, what was it, Mark Robert Cohen um
The YouTubers put
situation.
him in the middle of this shit. We have to
Right.
be honest, Court.
Yeah. And to see, that's the thing, like, I never wanted to get into this aspect of Delphi. And I thought, well, the case is, it's literally a who done it. So like I won't have to look into this aspect of the case, the drama and stuff. But it turns out that a lot of the people on the case and that have been here for a long time actually know way more and are doing way more to obfuscate the truth from coming out, and there's no reason for it other than there is some sort of ulterior motive that I don't know. So
Well, can we explore that just for a second? Um, I remember how I met you in the case where I'm randomly watching TV one night. Okay, this is how it happened. I don't even know if I ever told her this story, but uh, so one night I'm randomly watching YouTube, and because I watch Delphi content from time to time when I'm laying in bed and watching the smart TV, I'm like, oh, uh, that says, I don't know. You had some video that was like about the figures at the crime scene of
mhm.
the runes, and I said, oh, in light in the dark, something with the runes at the crime scene. Click, and I started watching it, and I was like, "Huh, that's really good. That's really good." And
But
there
then
was
you
only
went right
one
to
part.
sleep.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
But eventually, the next day, I probably finished it, and I remember you got to this one part I disagreed with, which
Hmm.
was like something about the BH of Brad Holder, and I was like, "Nah, I
Oh
don't agree
yeah.
with that." But mostly,
Yeah.
that's a fucking excellent presentation. It's a good channel. And I was like, "Oh, she's only got 400 or 600 subs or something." I was like, "Oh, she's a little channel." I was like, "Man, I wonder if she might be willing to either come on my show and talk about this, or let me use some screenshots
Hmm.
and some of this because it's really good graphics you had made." And
Oh,
so
thank
on a whim, I just randomly emailed you. I reached out
you.
through email and I was like, "Hi, I would like to blah blah blah." You probably still have the email, and uh,
Hmm.
and then good like Adrian's like, "Oh yeah, sure, blah 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 blah." And
Yeah.
so we set up a date, and she came and did the show. It was one of the best shows I did, which was symbolism at the crime scene.
It
Well,
was a good show.
So I'm going to let Adrian tell the rest of the story, but basically, she came in to the case to explore the occult symbolism
Yeah. Yeah.
at the crime scene.
Yeah.
And then
Ugh. And then it
the
derailed
rest of
because,
the
like, you think you're making friends in this community and that you're like sharing ideas and all of this stuff. People invite you to their discords. They're like, look at all this stuff that I collected, all this information. You go down all these rabbit holes, and pretty soon they're like, oh, you know, don't talk to Prof. He'll dox you, like he'll do all of these things. And you're seeing it in chats too, everywhere you go. Don't do this, don't talk to this person, don't engage with that group or whatever. And so you're getting pulled in all of these directions so that you're constantly confused. And before you know it, like I was terrified of you. And then I was terrified of Alex. And it was because, certain people were just in every flipping chat. I don't know how they did it. They must have had like a time machine or they cloned themselves, but they were like in literally every single chat. And they were always saying something disparaging or terrifying about the people who were the most effective and the most um, accurate on the case. Like, um,
well,
it
it's
wasn't
funny
until,
because you had
yeah,
already met me too. Like we had
yeah,
already done. That was the thing.
yeah.
We had already made acquaintance. We had already done
I
a
think I was,
live.
I think I was still afraid of you too when you did that, and I was like, oh, I don't know what to do. Like this guy, when he gets mad, like he really gets mad. So I better not make him mad. Like that was like my thinking, but yeah, it was stupid, dude.
Yeah,
It
but
was
now it's
very
my
stupid.
thinking. Now
Yeah.
I'm the scared one.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, so I don't know. They were very effective at that, very
Mhm.
good at making certain people untouchable and their ideas untouchable because it was the ideas of certain people that, it ended up ruining a lot of things for a lot of people. And not because, it was some injustice. No, because it was a good thing that a lot of these people got called out for who they are.
Well,
So,
let me ask you. So the things they said about me, were any of them true? Do you think? Did they say
no,
one accurate
no,
thing? Was it all just like,
no, yeah, because I mean, as far as I know, you've never doxed anyone, um, gone after
no?
their
Oh,
family.
I no. I told you I have doxed. I doxed Jinx accidentally by
Oh,
I posted
yeah.
a screenshot of her article of her arrest, and
Oh, okay, okay.
maybe one
So,
other by posting like an article or something. But no, there's no
yeah,
doxing. Yeah.
right, right. It wasn't, I mean, like, Alex was really the one that was like, he hurts women, he abuses women, all of these things to a point of like, I was like, okay, well, unless you're gonna tell me, the police department or where I can go look for this stuff on him, I don't want to hear it because at that point you're getting overwhelmed with information on who does what, who's friends with who, um, you know, what the narrative is. So I don't know if you were anti-woman at that time as much as you were just like he's a doxer. And then when I was getting violent porn. I know it's not funny, but I was getting violent porn sent to my email. And then as it escalated, I was getting people's heads blown off in my email. Um, and then my first live stream, somebody came on and, woof, uh, basically like had a little love fest with themselves. And
Self
luckily
love.
it was behind the stage. so nobody could see that, but it was still very jarring. It's just not something you want to see. But anyway, and then, the people that called me up and told me, stay the fuck away from Alex. You're gonna get hurt. And if you ever need us, we're always around. We're in all parts of the country. So, and then they got the phone call and stuff and oh, we're watching you. And that was like, it, it was
And
just a
didn't they
thing.
send you pictures of your house, your husband's
Yep. Yep. Where he worked.
workplace?
Yep. Where he
They
worked.
let you. They doxed your first and last name and sent you
Hmm.
mail and packages to your house. Like,
Yeah, my first name and my last name. See, but Moon Turtle, when you say I think calling people see you next Tuesdays and bitches is really disgusting, just my own opinion. Okay, that's fair. I
Moon Turtle's
would
permanently
rather.
gone. Sorry.
Okay,
Bye. Bye,
yeah, I
troll.
would
You should have told us
buy.
who you were.
Yeah, but I will say that I would rather be called a cunt and a whore and a bitch by people like, Jamie Hicks and Jinx and all of those people all day than get, something sent to my home and or like a dead bouquet on my front steps, you
See,
know.
I'm glad you see, because see, that was a derail attempt, which she just
Hmm.
tried. Okay,
Well, but
so like you're
it was
saying,
a perfect
let me ask you,
opportunity to
Adrian.
talk about it. Yeah.
Good. Thank you for that teaching moment. Listen,
Hmm.
when we talk behind the scenes and I say not so
Hmm.
politically correct words,
Yeah.
uh, okay,
It's
that's
not in.
part the way people talk, right?
Yeah.
Now,
Yeah.
if I'm it, so if you get mad and you say "fuck you, prof," I want to throw boiling water on you and peel your skin off, and I'm like, whoa, you know. And if I say, "well, shut up, you cunt," you know.
Hmm.
So if I come on a YouTube and I happen to be trying to make an effect, and I say, uh, "this stinky bee puts too much makeup on and makes bitch faces at the camera," because I'm trying to make an effect.
Hmm.
Okay. So my couple mean words a month or season, the two or
Hmm.
three very foul words I might spit out for a reason, that's going to surpass what Adrian was just describing.
Hmm.
Sending gore porn, uh,
Yeah.
uh,
No, thank
uh,
you.
packages to her house, the
Yep.
pictures of her house, of her
Yeah.
husband's workplace, and all this shit.
Yep.
The picture you're sending shit in my mailbox.
Yep.
So don't come derail
Hmm.
Moon, whoever. You're out of here because you've just revealed yourself.
Well,
That's what
yeah.
we're
I mean,
talking about.
dude, when they're sending your son a card for his birthday with
Hmm.
a sticker of Troll Farm on it, of Troll Farm, I guess.
Yeah, we're gonna
Like,
just pretend that didn't happen.
yeah. I'm sorry, but like, see, you've been through just as much, if not more, than me, but because you're a dude, you're just not gonna get the same sympathy. And it's not like I am simping for men. I'm totally going to get the pick me thing, whatever. But I think all people should be treated in the same way. So if that were to happen to anybody, you know, if that were to happen to anybody, we should all be really concerned and upset, really upset. So,
Yeah, okay, yeah. And you know what? I'm not the only one with kids. Uh, there's other people in the community who've been messed with. You know, that's the thing that these people don't understand. So people will say, "Yeah, YouTube in general is rough." Well, you could say, "I guess." I mean, you've got 300,000 followers. You might expect you get a couple weirdos.
mm-hmm,
But I mean, it's Delphi, and we got 50 weirdos.
mm-hmm,
You understand what I mean?
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah,
the proportions are off here.
right,
Unless you're
right,
trying to do a Barry job on a double homicide that involved very important people, and they're trying to threaten you off of the internet.
yeah,
Let's be clear, that's absolutely what's happening. Okay.
oh yeah, yep. So, yeah, we do have a cult of weirdos. It's a God thing. Yeah, and they were saying really smart things. It's a God thing was saying really smart things about the again, back to the video of, since the video that was shown in court was obviously the non-enhanced version, um, that it is potentially, it's more likely to be discovery, and that hence why Kathy Allen would be more upset if that is the case, kind of thing. And I totally agree with that, by the way. I think that's genius. Shibby. He's such a troublemaker. What are you going to do about this, Prof?
I said in a comment recently, like Shibby Shibby almost got banned the first 20 shows. He appeared out of nowhere. And every single show I was like, should I hide user and delete comments? And I'd be like, no, I'll let him stay. He
Yeah.
he hasn't crossed the ultimate line yet. And then the next show he'd do the same, and the next and the next. And eventually I'm like 25 shows in with him, and I'm like, oh fuck him, just let him be. He's like that stinky dog that I don't know, has some kind of
Aw.
skin condition.
Poor
But he's real
Shibby.
cute, and you're like,
Yeah.
oh, just leave Bowser alone. He
Yeah.
don't mean no harm.
Yeah.
No, he's gonna get me now.
Yeah, he is.
What's up, Joanne? But I mean, Adrian, that's the thing I think people don't understand. Like, we're all nice to each other
Yeah.
here,
Yeah.
all of us.
Well, until we get mad. So,
Well, there's that.
yeah.
Okay, let's see.
Yeah, my Romanian side is once it gets triggered, it's like, yeah, it's not good. It's not a good look.
Prof, I'm a shitty angel sent from the universe to make your show interesting. Well, that's the best definition. You are highly self-reflective, sir.
Yes.
Yes, Dirty Diana says, Shibby's my spirit moose.
Spirit moose.
You guys are something, bro.
Yeah, everybody
Oh
would
my
be lost
God.
without Shibby.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to figure out at first, 5 Green Acres. Then I realized I had to lighten up. Look, we're talking about a double homicide of 2 little kids, okay? We need levity. This is what I told Adrian today.
Yeah.
It's like our
Yeah.
thing is we do need levity because this has become too heavy for everyone. Look, we have people dying. Let's be honest here. We have people dying in this community. We need levity. And so it's important that we remind ourselves of that.
Yeah. Amen. Yeah, because just living in that constant state of stress when you feel like you're having a heart attack, it's like, oh, I feel like I'm doing that to myself over and over again,
Well, that's why I try all the time to poke you and be like, stop that.
I
Stop.
know, but I'm like, oh,
It's not that serious. Dear
yeah.
Prof and Prof Channel family and Adrian, I admire your pursuit of truth and justice. I'm a senior citizen. I truly hope this case is solved before I pass away. I love your guest.
We appreciate you, Rosa.
I think
you.
Kathy is protecting Rick's dignity because the prison video, she doesn't want that in the ether forever and ever, as she shouldn't. Okay.
That's a great point, pertinent. Yeah.
Well, I think that's when it comes to the fundraising too. If she's a little reticent, it's because like, do we need any more to smear names with? Or okay, let's see.
Yeah, it's the Shibby show.
We should begin talking about. There's not a clump of hair in the hand. Okay, there's a single strand of hair in the hand, pulled out from the root. The clump of hair is off at the south end of the bridge.
Oh. What?
Yeah, I guess we'll have to talk about that at some point. But yeah, there is a clump of female hair.
Whoa.
But for some reason, I don't know. Like I said, when I criticize the defense, it's not calling them pussies and motherfuckers and all this and weak men. It's saying, how on earth could they let this case slip away the way they did? And why on earth would they rest early? I've never understood it. There's so much they didn't introduce that would have helped to establish reasonable doubt, like a mountain of reasonable doubt. I don't know. There's so much the jury didn't see.
Well, it was a berry job. It has to have been a berry job. Like at this point, like all of the stuff that they've messed up, that they haven't followed through on, um, it's a berry job, guys. Like, I'm sorry, this is a berry job. This is intentional. Like anybody that's like, no, you're just seeing things. It's like, no.
It's a
I'm
berry job.
sorry.
But I have questions because, I'm reminded, speaking of this clump of hair, it's like,
Hmm.
I kind of think like how they avoided looking at any females. It's
Yeah.
like, geez, man,
Hmm.
how would you ever omit a whole sex from your
Hmm.
POIs? Who's to say a woman wasn't involved in this? And I also start to think about that photo that was recently released, the selfie in the back of the car or whatever, the selfie in the
Oh,
car, where Abby looks like extremely distressed.
right.
And even Libby looks like super tuned in. She's got those pinhole eyes. It's the opposite of taking it. When you have those pinhole eyes, it's like it's a lot of anxiety will cause that. That's
Hmm.
not relaxation. That's like predator or super survival base. You're like, when you're really, go watch animals and how their eyes dilate and then what do you call it when your eyes undilate?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't know, but yeah, when there's so much light coming in that they get smaller.
But
To me, it looked like they had been crying, but
it looked like they were very, yeah, like they had been fighting prior with people or crying. And then, so you're telling me there's no possibility a female was involved? And remember, on that audio, it's pretty clear there's an extra female whispering. To me, I'm
yeah,
confident
there
there is a
has to
female
be.
whispering.
Yeah, there has
Mhm.
to be. Because like, why would Libby just whisper to herself? I guess, I mean, I talk to myself, and in fairness with the car selfie pic, if
Yeah.
we would really need to ask the mothers or grandmothers, like, is this a normal look for Abby? Is this normal?
I mean,
Um,
in all the 30 photos I've seen of each girl, I mean,
yeah.
they're never not smiling.
Hmm.
Let's see.
I mean, I do
Right next
talk
to
to
the
myself, but
bridge.
yeah.
Okay, let's see what else. And there's so many stories that have never been explored. Like, for instance, the way they try to say there was never an arguing couple. No, there was. And I think it
Yeah.
was DP and Shelby, but who
Yep.
knows? But because there were
Oh
like,
yeah.
mhm.
Yeah, Skip talks about like why are you hiding the people that were there?
Why do we never talk
Yeah,
about Daniel Pearson and Shelby Hicks
right,
being there, and why all the
right.
disinfo? That'll be forthcoming too. We'll be talking about that on the channel
Yeah,
again.
yeah. And Skip is really, very in depth and meticulous on that information. I mean, a lot of the information that he has. So, um, and thank you, Heather.
Is Heather being nice again?
I have super sticker, super chat.
Oh, see, I'm still catching. I'm so far behind. Sorry, guys. I'm looking at I read each one of your chats, believe it or not, when I'm actually looking at them. Let's see who else we got.
Hmm. Yeah, I'm really excited for oh, thank you, Dirty Diana too. She just gifted memberships. I'm
Thank you.
really excited for I Have Apophis' video. If you guys aren't subscribed to I Have Apophis, please go over and subscribe
And
because
again,
yeah,
go subscribe to. Would someone put it in the chat? A link to In Light in the Dark. That's
oh,
Adrian,
thank you.
and
But
also It's a New Day.
it's a new day,
Mhm.
really good. Um Dirty Diana, you have a channel, right? Yeah, go over there too. And gosh, I have a
That's what I'm
pop.
saying, court of opinion. The clump of hair is not in the hand. It's not in the hand. It's over at the south end of the bridge, allegedly. uh, can't figure out how to gift memberships. Oh, sorry, Heather. I don't know either. I don't, there's this whole shtick Gray Hughes does where he's like, oh, I need to get 20 super chats at $5 or higher, blah, 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 whatever it is. And then I can donate my one membership to somebody.
Yeah.
And then somebody's like, Prof, that you get a free membership every month to give to a viewer. And I'm like, really? How do you even do that? Well, I don't know. I said, I don't either. Yeah. What is it called when your eyes undilate? These are the things I think about at night.
That's why ChatGPT is now an app.
Yeah, let's ask chat.
Yeah.
Okay. Abby looking like she about to snatch Kelsey's leave. It's definitely a Barry job and concur. Read the article in the link I posted. Why else would he be fired? I believe him because it all points to cover up.
Well, thank you, Silence.
Let's see what else we got. Heather's just giving hearts and kisses. I don't know, but I like all
Oh,
that love.
yeah.
The prick is proof they knew the outcome of the day trip to the bridge. Well, something like that. I think listen. Why do you think they withheld it for 8 years? Hey, thank you, Miss Dirty Diana, for gifting 5 Prof memberships. So somebody got them. Can I go look and see?
Mm-hmm.
No, my battery's dying on this iPad. So let me see who gifted memberships. For some reason, it doesn't show me in StreamYard. That's why I have to go look. Oh, Jaded Empath, Miracle Hearts, Madison
Oh, wow.
Stevens, and Shannon.
Yeah.
Welcome to memberships. Okay.
Does anyone know why Brad German and his dog was turned away from the search? Brad is Libby's biological grandfather.
Yes, because Capitano was turning everyone away from the crime scene. Makes you wonder, huh?
Mm-hmm. It's a great question.
Yeah, these. Never mind.
Was the clump tested? The clump of hair?
I don't know. We have to ask someone who's actually seen Discovery.
Oh, okay. Why does Susan
Okay.
Hendricks bring out all the evidence strategically? So she can show the stuff that supports the state's theory better, in my opinion, allegedly.
There's so much evidence to talk about and why they didn't use it in trial. Absolute. That's what I'm saying. Look, I'm not trying to beat up the defense. I'm literally mystified
Yeah,
by why on earth would they rest early and why on earth would they not present so much of what was there? And it just is, it's inconceivable to me. But I'm just that way. And I also, I've said before, I don't see how you could ever get attorneys in and put them only 2 years in this case and expect them to solve it. Like this case,
right,
people have been
right.
in this for 8 years and don't know what's
Yeah.
happening.
Plus, I mean,
This
there are
could have been a
people,
4 year
yeah,
preparation, you know?
there are people planted on the case, to make it so that people don't get to the truth, unfortunately. But I think that's going to be more of a thing in true crime. I think, Delphi will really set the precedent for how and like how badly a case can get infiltrated online. But, you know, it's probably going to be a pretty good starting point in criminology, sociology, psychology classes, whatever those kind of classes are, where it's like they look at like the group mentality and then, what people can get together behind the scenes. And it's a mess, but I think
It's a
that's definitely
mess.
going to be a thing. Oh, and I did want to say something about Osbrook too. I do think it would be good to do an investigation so that stuff isn't lost, because I agree. I think the state is going to lose and destroy shit, because that's what they do. So, but again, like, I don't understand the way the law works, and it's not up to me to make those decisions. So, but yeah, I do generally agree that we are going to lose more evidence, of course, over time. That always happens regardless of what the intentions are. So, and that sucks. So, yeah.
Yeah, let me piggyback on that and say, um, see that I think that that's part of the gaslighting they do, or the narrative control, or the spin, because they try to argue points that you don't disagree with.
Right.
It's like
Right.
I've already said at the beginning of the show, I think there should be a post conviction investigation that can run parallel. But I
Mhm.
believe it has to be done by people who are not on social media, who utilize actual professional investigators and do an
Mhm.
actual in depth investigation into this, and are not going to sabotage the appellate team by pulling some sneak Davis Hatton procedure or some type of bullshittery or Barry job. So I think
Mhm.
that when it comes to post conviction investigation, the quality of the team should be far beyond what we even like. We cannot operate within the confines of our own assumptions. And I
Yeah.
understand. Here's the thing: this is not beating up on Osbrook and those girls. It's to say this: yeah, I'm sure that you know some things about the case.
Mhm.
You would like to think that you're an expert. You're not. You don't have all discovery, never seen all discovery, so you're not. Um, a lot of shit has been disappeared from discovery, and time is of the essence. So
Mhm.
what should actually happen is you have the entire nation to choose from. You should figure out of the entire nation, who can you pull in
Mhm.
that can do an actual in-depth investigation, and there's the possibility this crime can be solved. Because I do
Oh,
agree with them on this too. Because this is another thing with Osbrook and that crew. They say the defense has to solve this case, and I agree. Yes, yes, yes. So there's the whole thing with this. It's manufactured chaos. Like, there's no
mhm.
disagreement about any of the actual things that probably
Right.
should happen. The
Right.
disagreement is about trying to force it that it has to be you. Or
Mhm.
if you're the little minions, it's to say, well, it has to be Osbrook and Angela. And it's like, no, it doesn't. Like that,
Yeah.
because you're limited by your assumptions or your perspectives. It doesn't have to be Osbrook or Angela. It has to be people who are chosen to do
Mhm.
so,
Mhm.
and who are absolutely, ideally, the most capable. And that's not
Right.
going to, I mean, honestly, I think the risk of derailing the if an appeal is granted, and you've had individuals who are highly vocal on social media leaking out the results of their investigation or discovery into the world, whether knowingly or unknowingly, even if they're doing it behind the scenes with those they trust, that shit's going to leak out. And if anything leaks out that could potentially be used in a trial, you're sabotaging the new trial if an appeal is granted. And that's
Yeah.
where the huge
Yep.
risk is in
Yep.
who is chosen. And I think that, like,
Yep.
all of the gaslighting around it, it's like, look, we can have serious discussions, or we can just like hurl accusations and yell and scream. And to
Yeah.
me, all that was done was yelling and screaming,
Right.
because we want all the same things.
Right.
So yeah.
And yeah, no, you articulated that very well. That's what I wanted to say. Basically, that I don't. Well, first of all, I don't trust the people that Osbrook and Weineke would be working with. Right? Like, that's my concern. But if those same people, it could have gone either way. Like, it's just that, was Rick's former defense possibly compromised? I don't know. But you know, when you have people willing to play these kinds of games, it just really makes you wonder. And they're willing to play those kind of games. And that they were trying to then re-infiltrate into another, step in the process is like, it's just beyond me. So,
Yeah, Gilletta says Ellie lied like dogs and then treated the public like children who can't handle the truth. Yes,
yeah,
and it's sort of my suspicion is that this entire Barry job is a law enforcement PR campaign that's
yeah,
massive. I think it's all law enforcement, but some people think it's other things and other things. Who
yeah,
knows what it is? It's a lot of assumptions we can make. But
yeah,
I like building from the ground up. Like, what are we seeing
right,
boots on the ground?
right.
And we're seeing this fuckery.
Well,
Okay,
yeah,
sorry for the language,
well,
ladies. Okay.
what are you gonna do? But yeah, no, there's definitely, meth and drugs and trafficking all interwoven in there because, believe it or not, law enforcement gets kickbacks from that, to stay quiet or in order for people to operate, you have to pay a toll to law enforcement. So, um,
Yeah, I
yeah.
gotta say that. Okay, there's another thing I want to address since we're putting we're putting the nail on this coffin. I gotta say this.
Hmm.
There's another gaslight I haven't liked, and it's this one. Let me take this down so I can concentrate. I'm not gonna look at the chat.
Hmm.
Because one of the things they did in this trying to infuriate the community, and trust me,
Hmm.
I've already lost quote unquote friends over it. Is
Oh yeah.
they say Prof's just mad at Osbrook because of some disagreement, blah, blah, blah. That's why he tried sabotaging all of this for Prof sabotaged it for Kathy Allen, or Erica and Prof sabotaged the entire. Yeah, I mean, I'm not even going to go pull it. There was this one quote I couldn't believe my eyes when I read it because it was basically like Prof and Erica literally are the reason that Rick Allen is going to stay in jail. And it's like, no, let's clear this up. Osbrook, there are reasons that I was disagreeing with Osbrook. Okay, primary reason, um he came on a live stream once or twice and tried to argue against things that I think are very odd to argue about. When I say I don't trust the photo that is clearly photoshopped, when I don't trust the timeline because the timeline clearly can't be accurate, there have been lies told since the very beginning. Everything was staged, everything's a setup. For me, neither the timeline or the evidence hold any water. It's all, I'm not willing to argue that. And I'm open to novel realities, different time, different place, different people, and all of that. And Osbrook seemed so had such tunnel vision that was exactly in line with the state's narrative. And I'm like, well, no, listen, I understand that's how lawyers want to do, right? Because you want to defend against what's being alleged. You're not very interested in the entire thing. And so I thought, like, I'm never going to disagree on that. And then a lot of points that we as a community now for 8 years have come to understand that there is this meth group. There was this Kokomo crew, this whole group of guys. There was Megan Allen being raped out there by a gang as an initiation. And, all the things we know,
Well, Libby's
even
dad was, yeah,
things that
Libby's
family
dad,
members have told us,
right?
other local sources. There's a lot of reason to believe the things that we're pretty solid on. I thought it was very odd to be so adamant that that's all wrong. So there's that disagreement. Yes, I acknowledge I had that disagreement with Osbrook. I also was pretty offended that him and Phoenix came on and tried to literally discredit Christine to her face when she was a guest on my show one night. I thought that was kind of like ganging up and inappropriate, and it was just reflective
Mhm.
of what they were already doing behind the scenes. So there were issues. So yes, I had some issues personally with Osbrook in that way. But
Mhm.
for people to try to say that's the reason that I screamed and yelled about the video, or that's the reason that I posted the contract, is absolutely false. It's two different things, because I can separate the two. I can be
Mhm.
angry at someone for something, but I can be addressing righteously something else at the same time. It's
Right. Yeah. Yep.
And
Yep.
anyway, that was told, and it really was upsetting to me because people bit. People bit.
Yeah. Yeah. Right.
All right, so I'm getting back to the chat. So thank you for entertaining, because I'm trying to put that one to rest.
Yeah. Continue chat where not everyone bought what he was saying. Yeah, that's true. Like,
Don't say this crime put Delphi on the map. This Delphi's still not on the map. It's literally like
yeah,
a drop of poop out in the middle of.
right.
I don't mean to be that mean. It's actually a lovely place visually, but
Mhm.
I found that that place has a cloud over it, man. Let's be honest here. It's the meth cloud, I
Mhm.
guess.
Mhm.
Um,
Yeah.
no, but that's what I was also explaining, that Lafayette is the actual city, if you want to call it that. Not really. It's
Yeah.
kind of a town. Uh, Delphi's like a little village or something. I don't know. I
Yeah.
don't know. I guess it calls itself a town. But
Yeah.
okay, let's see.
Over here. Mhm.
What do you mean I do like women? What the hell does that mean? Silence. Don't start, because if you start with that, that they'll run with that. What are you referring to? What did I say about women? No, but that's a good point to bring up. Thanks for the teaching moment too.
Yeah.
Did you notice the whole prof hates women thing? It only came around when it comes to, oh, I'm criticizing a couple women.
Mhm.
Then, oh, prof hates women.
Well, I mean, the language was, pointed, but I mean, yeah, you've apologized for that.
I've already done that. Yeah,
Yeah,
I was being mean on purpose.
and that too.
Okay,
I
let's
mean,
see.
it did light a fire under the whole community's ass. So,
Well, that was my point.
yeah.
Sometimes you got to shake. You made a good analogy. Tell me. Can you explain that one about the colander or shifter? Or
Yeah, or the funnel, when you're trying to funnel like sand or something, herbs, whatever, through a funnel and they get caught up, you got to shake the funnel to get it to, you know, loosen up and move through again. So,
Sometimes you got to do
uh,
that to the community. You got to sift it. You got to
sift it,
shake it
yeah.
up
Yep,
so the flour
yeah.
come. You ever try to get flour has some clumps or something, and you're trying to
Mhm.
sift, and you got to.
Yeah.
That's Adrian made that analogy. It's a great analogy. Sometimes you got to do that to the community to say this status quo shit ain't working no more. Okay, we're
Yeah.
trying to move. Um,
Well, and two, like nobody fully understood yet the significance of what it was that you were upset about. I mean, some people did, smarter people than myself did, but I was kind of like, I don't understand the video. Like, the only way I'm going to be able to tell, because I'm not an expert, is if another expert comes and says, okay, look at this, look at this, look at this. It's definitely enhanced. That was the only way I was going to be able to know, right? But,
well, like I said, we should be arguing because it's another gaslight they do. Maybe
mm-hmm,
we can end it with this. Okay,
mm-hmm,
it's a good point because this brings us maybe full circle.
mm-hmm,
Because what they like to say to shut you down, they say, we should be arguing about the exhibits and things that are going to move the case forward and da 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 da
right,
da.
right,
And you're over here talking about drama. and starting it. No, 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 no. Listen, I agree. We should
Mhm.
all be talking about every single detail of all of that, including the video.
Mhm.
But this whole fuckery and control of and the puppet mastering and all the behind the scenes, I guess I used a word the other day. What was it? Like the shiftiness. I don't
Mhm.
know. When that's happening, you don't think that's worth criticism? It's like, why is that happening?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're asking the wrong questions. Thank you, Sunflower. You're asking the wrong questions. No, we're asking the right questions because listen,
Mhm.
when you drop a video into the community, okay, it was like dropping a match in a tinderbox. This whole
Mhm.
community's waiting. You drop the match in there, that video. The whole community goes berserker because they're wondering, wait, what is this?
Mhm.
It doesn't look anything like we've ever seen. It doesn't look like people are describing from the court. It doesn't have any connection to the defense officially. The defense has not said it. The victim's family has not said it. No one said anything. It's you've caused confusion,
Mhm.
chaos, doubt in the community. That's
Mhm.
what pissed me off. I was
Mhm.
like, how dare you cause more confusion and traumatization of this community? And they said I was
Mhm.
doing Darvo then. I was claiming victim. No, that was victimizing the entire community because you're
Mhm.
re traumatizing the community with confusion.
Mhm.
Okay. Now, Sluti was right. The way it should have been done, if you were going to do this kind of shit, you should have had all those videos. So say if you claim you have 3 or 4 videos, whatever the number may be, maybe you could have
Mhm.
released them all,
Mhm.
and with whatever else from the Celebrite extractions, and maybe whatever else on your fucking list, it should have just been dumped,
Mhm.
and then people would actually know. Or maybe you could just been a actual fucking person with integrity and just waited until the judge released it the way it should have been done. Okay, because you're trying to
Well,
circumvent the process. If the
yeah,
process is the judge releases, let's just let it happen. Who cares? We've waited 8 years. Who cares if we wait 8 more weeks? So
that's
I
true.
went berserker because it needed to be done, because I'm no way I'm going to let people continue to do this to the community. And you know what? I only did it because I had already figured out who was behind it. So when I figured out
Yeah.
who was behind it and that they were
Yeah.
hiding and being dishonest and
Mhm.
I don't know, and like this improper express, they were just being inappropriate. And,
Yeah.
and everyone was looking this way like, oh, it's not me, it's not me. And I thought, no, no, I've got to put my foot down,
Right.
because what you really did was you caused more damage.
Mhm.
Because if everything would have been clear when it was released and all at the same time, people would have actually been arguing over the same thing. But now it's like you stole the thunder for
Yeah.
whenever the other things are released. Say we do get the original, or maybe this is the original, we get the enhanced, whatever we do get, when the rest comes, now you stole the thunder from the entire community. No one's going to look as closely as they would have before. So
Yeah, that's true.
so
I
that was a
mean,
whole thing that was motivating me. And
mhm.
you know,
Yeah, no, it's it's always weird when it comes from one place. Like, I guess, like, you know how the exhibits got released because people had to petition to have those things released?
mhm.
But it was like a little suspicious that, Tom Webster got them as quickly as he did. I'm sure other people put in at the same time, and then for whatever reason, Jody couldn't get it out at the same time. But
Mm,
there's always going to be questions around anything that happens in Delphi. So if you can't just come out and say the thing as plainly as possible, that you're probably still going to get questions, but there was definitely something shady going on. So, um,
yeah, and let's be honest, it does appear there's been preferential treatment. Like I've
mhm,
I've kind of speculated or
mhm,
hypothesized that what Jody Williams was actually doing, she was going
mhm.
through that stack of documents and she's saying, "Oh yeah, there's Tom Webster, boom.
Yep,
Oh yeah, there's Barbara McDonald, yeah.
yep,
Oh, there's Susan Hendricks, blah blah blah."
yep,
think of all who's got them. It's
Mhm.
that list. It's
Mhm.
like it feels like that's narrative control. Like the
Yeah.
judge and Jody are literally handpicking those who they're going to deliver these to.
Yeah.
That's a whole other subject.
Mhm.
Okay. All right, let's see. Sunflower says when you go from chat to chat as a little troll farm, repeating the same narrative. Yeah, yeah. You mean when this group, when that video dropped and for the next week, they went as a group into different chats, spinning the spin. And I'm not even going to call their names, but we all know
Mhm.
what I'm talking. Well,
Yeah. Yeah. No, there was definitely, yep.
all right, guys, so let's see. You know the shit rolled downhill because it came the direction it came from. Yeah. And for me, it's absolutely telling that this faction has now broke off from the defense because they're no longer useful. Isn't that interesting? This little group sat right under Andy Baldwin and Brad Rossie's asses. Remember, defense daddies. It was a whole thing. Well, now that this is in the appellate lawyer's court, uh, now pussies, motherfuckers, not men I respect anymore. So,
Mhm.
anyway, well, guys,
Yeah.
it's been 4 hours and Adrian looks tired. It's been 4 hours. And I think that we got most of it out.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it was very well done. Yeah.
Let's be honest. I'm saying this is the final word. No, this is the final full stream
Yeah.
whining
Fair.
about this subject. Okay. But obviously, we're going to
Fair.
continue to have things to say. And I will offer someone the opportunity to come here and maybe discuss it from another side.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
but yeah, for now, I guess we'll leave it at that. And you guys are making awesome comments, and I
Mhm.
really hate to leave, honestly.
I
But
know your chat's awesome. They
my chat is so
literally
awesome.
best chat.
We've
Best
got
chat hands down.
256 watching. We've
Mm.
got thousands of chats in there. And this has been a long stream. And so, what I might end up doing, like I've been doing lately, is cutting out a little part of it and making a
Yeah.
replay. But
Yeah.
these long streams, I feel like I get the message out that I intended
Mhm.
to, and this was
Yeah.
this
Yeah.
is supposed to be like the come to God moment. Okay, show me the money.
Right. Show me the money. Come to God, show me the money. You know.
All right,
Yeah.
love these long streams. Thank Adrian and Prof. Okay, yep.
Well, thanks for everybody for showing up.
Well, thank you, Adrian. Will you come back and
Oh
visit
yeah.
again so that people can enjoy
Yeah,
your presence?
definitely. Yes, thank you.
Thanks for
Yeah.
talking to me.
Yeah. Yeah. You guys have a good night.
All right, good night, Adrian. Everyone say good night. Oh, and she's gone. Damn it. Okay, let's see. Well, we got thank you so much, Adrian. Court of Opinion says, good show, Prof and Adrian. Rosalie says, thank you for letting me be here. Oh, well, thank you, young lady. You're in trouble, I guess. Can't believe it's 2 a.m. I'm going to have to go back. Please do go back. It was a good show. All right. Thank you, Diana. Diana? Okay, you say wild shit all the time, Christina. You are such a nice commenter in the comment section. Oh, which reminds me, ladies and gentlemen, um, if you're on the replay, please do leave comments down below in the comment section. If you stuck around for 4 hours, you might as well leave a couple comments in the comment section. It would be very nice, okay? Leave some comments in the comment section, hit subscribe and like. And also, we have donation pathways. Please hit them up, okay? Scrolling down here below, you're going to see we have We have the Cash App, which is at Buy Me. No, we have Cash App, Coffee for Prof, and we have Buy Me a Coffee, The Prof's Crew. So you see them scrolling. These are our support pathways. Please feel free to support the channel, knowing that it will be greatly appreciated. And also thank you to all the lovely chat members. Appreciate you for being here. Let's see who else is saying good night. Okay, appreciate all those nice comments. All right. All right, y'all. So let's see what we got here. We got the good night. So we're saying good night to Rosalie, Gilletta, Sweet Dude Shibby, Pert in it, Christina, Maria Alma, Hebby Brown, Who's Her Daddy, Dirty Diana, J Ray, It's a God Thing, Trial Junkie, Spike Dog, Rhonda Holton, Cromley, I Have Apophis, Miss K, Silent G, True Tammy, Jackal, Lisa, Is a God Thing, Who's Her Daddy, Sweet Dude Shibby, Silence, Sunflower Soul, Court of Public Opinion, Trial Junkie, Pertinent, J Ray, Charlotte Gearing, Maria Alma, Alex M, Spike Dog. I don't know if I said it already. Anyone who was here super earlier, I'm sorry. If you want me to shout your name, put it down below. Let me say thank you to the super chatters. Okay, we're going to go with Jennifer Hoff, Kate Eleanor, Dom S., Mark Ellis, Dirty Diana, Heather Brown, also gifting memberships. Okay, we had Sweet Dude Chibi. We had Dirty Diana, Oleg Cat, and also Silent G became a new member. So super, super thanks to all of you who have supported the channel. And who else was here? Let's saying good night. Let's see. Riviera, 1127. Okay, good. You guys jumping in so I can tell you good night. Let's see. 5 Green Acres, Miss K, J Ray. Well, that's a triple good night now, isn't it? Okay. All right, y'all. So God bless everyone. Hey, we hope you all just have had a good time and you have a good life. And honestly, that God brings into your heart some understanding of the situations we are dealing with. This is very tough, okay? It's very tough, and there's a lot of heartache, a lot of stress, a lot of cognitive dissonance. But we have to learn to enjoy each other, appreciate each other, and get through it, okay? And at the end of the day, like my guy said, we live to fight another day. So that's where I'm at. And I'll get the quote better next time. Sorry. Should I pull it up? Let me pull it up so I can go out on an actual let's see. All right, so here it is. I'm not going to suck this time. Here's a quote that I wanted to lay down for you to end the show. I wanted to say, you win some, you lose some, but you live to fight another day. And that's from Friday. And I hope you enjoyed that movie and understand the sentiment behind that phrase. Love you guys. I'm out of here. All right. Good night to all. And to all a good night.